to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And also not to be forgotten, we have Miranda Asling, our arts coordinator. Next order of business is oral communications. Anyone who would like to speak on any, well, here, I'll read it. The public has the opportunity at every regularly scheduled meeting to be heard under oral communications on matters not appearing on the agenda. Oral communication shall allow any resident and/or property owner and/or business owner who has a request or complaint of any nature relative to city business to appear before the council, make their statement without debate, and the city council will refer matters to the office of the mayor. Persons speaking under oral communications shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Is there anyone in the auditorium who would like to come speak? Please come to the podium. Name and address. Name and address for the record. There's quite a few people you can line up over on that side.
Sam Bevitz, 24 Harbor Loop. Good evening, Council President Gross and members of the City Council. My name is Sam Bevins, CEO of the Greater Cape Ann Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight to speak briefly about the current non-resident parking rate at Stage Fort Park during the summer season. First, I want to acknowledge that managing a park in a destination community like Gloucester is not easy. Residents deserve access to their parks and beaches, and the city needs revenue to maintain those beautiful public spaces. However, when we look at the data for Stage Fort Park, some trends raise questions about whether the current rate is achieving the intended results. Last year, the city increased non-resident parking at the park from $25 to $35 on weekends and $20 to $30 on weekdays. The expectation with a price increase typically is that revenue will increase as well. But Stage Fort Park's revenue has actually been higher in several previous years when the price was far lower. For example, the park generated about $257,000 in parking revenue in 2019 and $235,000 in 2022. While in 2025, it generated about $205,000. Reservation data tells a similar story. According to the reservation data we received provided by the city, there were about 7,700 reservations in 2023 and in 2024. But in 2025, reservations dropped to 6,154, a decline of more than 1,600 visits and about a 21% decrease in a single year. While there may be multiple factors involved, the timing does suggest that the higher price may be discouraging some visitors from coming to the park. While important consideration is the role Stage Fort Park plays as an event venue, the park hosts a number of regional events, including the Chamber's Gloucester Waterfront Festival, which has been running now for more than 40 years and attracts over 10,000 visitors over the course of a weekend. The vendors who participate are small businesses and artisans who pay a few $100s for a booth space, but their success depends on strong attendance. When parking costs become a barrier for visitors, it directly impacts those vendors and the viability of the event itself. In fact, the continued increase in parking costs have led to the event organizer who we work with to begin questioning whether returning to the park in the future will continue to make sense. And beyond that, the Chamber's event, the Stage Fort Park serves as a venue for the many other community gatherings. When parking costs discourage visitors, it can jeopardize the success of some of those events, as well as it makes it more challenging to introduce new concepts that may benefit the community. Finally, if the council does consider adjusting the parking rate, I would offer one additional consideration. While any reduction would certainly be appreciated, a $5 decrease likely won't move the needle for most visitors. The difference between $35 and $30 probably doesn't change someone's decision to visit the park. A $10 reduction, however, may begin to feel more meaningful and could encourage people to reconsider visiting the park. There's no guarantee that a lower rate will produce higher revenue next year, but it would show that we want to encourage visitation and keep Stage Fort Park accessible to the many people who travel here to enjoy it. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
May I give a handout to the council?
Yes, please. You want to give it to the clerk, or do you have one for each of us? Thank you. Next.
It's the same subject. Brent Ringo Ty, 18 Timberview Drive in Gloucester. I just want to add that last year was our last Blues Festival event, and the main reason was because the parking had gone up, and we had people come into the show that day, and they saw the price of the parking And they said between the tickets and the cost of parking, it's just not worth coming to the event. So the last couple of years, it has gone downhill because when it went to 25, it hurt us also. And those figures that Sam gave you, I don't think they're accurate, but it didn't take into account the Battle of Bunker Hill, which was a 2-day event with the lot filled completely up. That wouldn't normally happen, with the non-residents paying and everything. So I hate to see the Blues Festival end, but it just wasn't viable to do it. We're just losing too much money. And all the feedback we got was the parking was just too much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zorba Kinnickstein. I live at 594 Western Ave in Gloucester, and I'm the owner of George's. I would like to start by saying welcome to the new city council members. Thank you. I'm here for a few reasons. First of all, I had been previously receiving email notifications of public hearings sent to me, which was a fantastic way to keep up with what was going on with the city council. I would say which roads and what's going on, the changes. So it was very helpful, and I could attend the meetings whenever the comments were applying to me. I'm not sure when those emails stopped, but I was under the impression I was still getting the emails, and that has definitely caused me to miss some public hearings, which I would have attended otherwise. So checking if we can get that reinstated. I didn't realize the change until I was parking my car on Grove Street, where I'd been advised to by a city council member, following my concern about lack of parking for customers. A DPW employee was there and told me there was a recent city council decision to remove parking from the side of Grove Street. If the public doesn't have a freeway that uses a reasonable effort to know what's going on, it's very difficult to stay up with the proposed changes. And if parking is removed on Grove Street, it should be done on the side with houses to allow for people to park on the side with the stone wall, which is twice as many parking spots as by the houses. George's does not have any parking lot and relies fully on public street parking. Since I've taken ownership of this business less than 5 years ago, there have been 6 proposals brought forth by the city council to remove parking within 1 block of my business, and 5 of those proposals have been for multiple parking spaces. Over the 20 years of previous ownership, 0 parking spaces were removed. The results are in, and they're substantial. Our restaurant served approximately 5,000 fewer guests last year than the year before. Every year before that, we had an increase in guest visitation, except for last year. I've had to lower my staff from 32 employees to 21 employees because of this changes. The drop was absolutely caused, at least in part, by lack of parking. I have guests frequently complain to me that they would love to come and dine, but there are not enough safe nearby parking spaces available. I've spoken to the city council about my concerns several times, including last May when I asked to revisit the removal of parking on Washington and Grove Street. I was told there was a traffic study that had to go on, so that was 11 months ago. I've heard nothing back. The state law, I was told, is that parking must be at least 20 feet from a crosswalk. However, if you drive around the city, that is not the case in about 90% of the crosswalks in this city. I totally understand. However, the distances of the no parking signs are not at 20 feet. So I request that they be moved to 20 feet, and then we could absolutely fit at least a few compact car parking spaces or maybe parking for motorcycles without being in violation of this rule. If safety is the main concern on the intersection, we could absolutely put some speed limit signs up. We could also make the end of Centennial one way so cars can't exit from Centennial onto Washington, where 98% of the accidents are happening. It's a blind corner, and even with no cars on the street, I've witnessed multiple accidents with no cars parked anywhere on Washington in the line of view. The crosswalk also makes it so the curve also makes it so you can't see that crosswalk. I've seen ambulances, fire trucks almost hit people in the.
Time is, you got about 10 more seconds to wrap it up.
Thank you. I've seen pedestrians almost hit in that crosswalk because it's also a blind corner, and the position of the crosswalk is not in a spot that can be seen when you're going from downtown to the Rotary. I'm asking as a business owner who's been struggling greatly to stay afloat in an extremely difficult economic environment and can use some support from the city instead of annual removals of public parking for my customers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, are we able to project?
Not at Oral Communications.
No, should I bring it up to show you or no, just?
If you could send it to us later,
Okay.
email us, that would be great.
My name is Barbara Eisensoff. This is my daughter, Kristen Eisensoff.
You have to speak right into the microphone.
Barbara Eisensoff. My daughter's Kristen Eisensoff. We live on 81 Dennison Street on Goose Cove. I've been in contact with Frank, who's our Ward 4 counselor since last August. And the problem is where Holly Street connects to Dennison Street. Both of those, that area where the streets connect, dip on both sides. Excuse me. And we have a blind driveway there, and you cannot see coming out of the driveway. I talked to Frank about first putting a mirror on a post that's a pole that's across the street right from the end of the driveway, and he presented it to the DPW. And they didn't think that that was a good idea. And then I talked to Frank again and about putting a blind driveway, excuse me, a blind driveway sign there. And there's an abandoned house. Well, it's not abandoned, it's uninhabited next to us that's in some kind of litigation, which is being controlled by the bank. And when the summer comes, their shrubbery blocks that area even more. So I'm getting very concerned about it because we can't see. And now there's a lot of kids going by on mopeds and bikes, and people are speeding down Holly Street, and someone's going to get hurt. And so I've been trying to find a way to be able to get at least a blind driveway sign there, or there is one sign that says narrow road, and that's it. The uninhabited house next to us, just when I understand that Frank's been getting complaints about this uninhabited house, they also have a dock that's a huge dock that's loose, that's hitting our property, our wall back and forth. And we can't seem to get anybody to take care of this huge dock that's hitting our property wall. So the blind driveway situation was the first thing I addressed with Frank, and something really needs to be done there. Even we wanted to put at least a mirror there so we can maybe see something when somebody's coming by so we can get out. But two cars can't pass at that connection at the same time. So I don't know if my daughter has anything else to add to that.
Yeah, I just agree with everything that she said. And regarding the dock, we've been in contact with the management company several times to try to get them to deal with this, mostly due to damage potentially to that wall. And we haven't been able to get them to do anything.
Thank
So,
you. If you could send those pictures to
yeah.
us, and I would send it to the mayor's office.
Okay.
Do
Great.
you need email addresses?
Sure. Yes.
You get some email addresses for the mayor's office at that table.
Okay. Great. Thank
And-
you.
Thank you very much.
Well, you have Frank.
I'll just text you tomorrow, all of them.
Okay. Perfect.
Make it easy.
Thank you. Frank.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, counselors. I'm Linda Romano from 10 Sunset Hill Road in Gloucester. I've been here since 2010, and I've been seeing things progress with seniors that are having difficulty paying their taxes. So I'm in favor for 3 years now trying to help this program, the Senior Work-Off Program. Some of you already know about it, and it runs through the whole state, United States. And I talked to the Rose Baker Senior Center, I talked to Ipswich, I talked to Manchester, and they all have this program, and it works really well. So it's for people age 60, including veterans. And it's income-based, and you can get volunteers from the town offices, the schools and libraries, and Council on Aging. And the volunteers work for 100 hours, and then they get $1,500 to $2,000 break on their taxes. What a way to keep seniors in their homes doing a good thing for the community and saving a little money. So I say, let's get this going. And it already has been approved. I'm willing to help in any way I can, so you can utilize my help. And I think it's time. This is the time to really get it going. If you have any questions about the program, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, there's no response in oral communications. You're mainly
Right.
talking through us to the mayor's office.
Yes, yes. Anyway, thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room want to speak on oral communications? All right, we have one online.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Mary Ann Boucher, 93 Mount Pleasant Avenue. With the beautiful weather we had today, I'm going to ask our city officials and the mayor's office to please notify the State Department. Lots of people are coming into Gloucester and using the extension, and either side or both sides of the extension from the Rotary down to the lights to Rockport, there's trash everywhere. And I do my part in picking up the trash at the Lieutenant Arthur Maxwell Parsons Playground. And I would surely go and pick up the trash on that extension if I could, but I think that it's extremely dangerous for the general public to be walking up and down with the cars traveling. So I'm asking our city officials, our elected officials, and the administration to please notify the state and have them take care of it, because we live in a beautiful city and people shouldn't have to see what they're seeing coming down that extension. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. All right, so next order of business is, Madam Clerk.
Presentations, presentation by Mayor Paul Lundberg regarding the first 100 days of the administration.
First, I want to thank the city council for inviting me to say a few words about the first 100 days. And it's not just my 100 days, it's your 100 days too. We were all inaugurated on January 1st. So we've made it this far, and I think we've done a pretty good job. I wanted to, I'm going to make my remarks briefer than I thought, because it's more important that we get to the Poet Laureate and also the Gloucester Youth Leadership Council. So I want to I'll shorten my remarks a little bit. One of the things that we provided tonight was a tray of Cafe Cecilia cookies, and they're over here on our table. And I've done that for the fire department, the police department, and the DPW so far, in recognition of the fact that we, all of us who work for the city, went through an incredible winter. There were two snowstorms that we haven't had for years and years. And there was the tragedy of the Lily Jean, all of which impacted our community in many, many ways. And, you know, we all say to ourselves, you know, we've been through this before, and some of that's true. But at the end of the day, it's not true. This is all new. These are all new uncharted waters that we were faced with. And our employees performed really admirably, but it also impacted all of us who were in administration. So the cookies are a recognition. Thank you for that. You can have them after you're done with your meeting, because just a little nourishment after what's going to be, looks like a long agenda for you. I'd like to start out by telling you a little bit of what I have learned in the first 100 days. And I'm going to read you a thank you card I got. As many of you might know, you know, our sports program in the schools, as it gets into the more sophisticated levels of sports, really starts in the high school. And the sports programs at the middle school, not so much. We have a very dedicated hockey coach in our midst, Ben Smith. You all know who he is. He was a hockey star at Gloucester High School, coached college hockey for many years, coached the first U.S. women's Olympic team that won a gold medal. And today, he is coaching middle schoolers at O'Malley School. He did that during the winter and early spring, just running a clinic. He reached out to us and he said, I want to run this clinic. Can I have the ice for free? And we said, well, sure, we'll get into that. And we were able to provide ice time for Coach Smith's clinic for free. So he didn't have to charge the kids for the cost of the ice. And I just wanted to point that out and read you his thank you letter. He said, Paul, our late winter and early spring ice time has concluded. I just wanted to thank you again for stepping in and carrying the water for these middle school kids. As you know, these extracurricular activities are so important for this age group. All the best, Coach Smith. And I wanted to read that to you because from my standpoint, and I'm sure from yours, this is why we do what we do. This is why we're in this. We devote a lot of time to working for our city because we can do things like this. This is what it looks like when we make life better for our citizens. So I just wanted to share that with you because he's thanking me, but he's really thanking all of us. During my first 100 days, at the inauguration, I spoke of the 3 things I was going to try and do: improve transparency of government, improve our educational outcomes, and improve housing accessibility. And we've done some things on all of those, but more importantly, I've learned a lot about those specific things and what we can do so that going forward over the next few months, we can really get going on specific projects. The budget goals is part of the transparency of government. As you know, we're going to present a budget to the City Council on May 5th. It will be a balanced budget. We're working very hard to get there. As you, of course, all realize, we have Proposition 2.5. Inflation is much greater than 2.5%, so every year we're confronted with how do we balance the budget. We're working through that with the department heads. They made their presentations, many of which were, just the level service funding, but because of inflation, they outpaced, our revenue increases. But we're working in a way that allows the managers of the departments to make those decisions on their own rather than just having the mayor's office give them a fiat and say, you must cut this many jobs or whatever. We're not going to do that unless it's absolutely necessary, but I think it won't be necessary because I think the department heads are the CEOs of their own departments and they're taking up the responsibility quite nicely. But when we see you on May 5th, you'll be the judge of that. Some of the educational goals, the mayor sits on the school committee, and I've been working with the school committee to understand how they set their educational goals. I think one of the things that we've discussed for the last couple of meetings is how we measure success. The schools, have specific budget requests, some of which is for increasing staff. They have specific reasons. We have specific reasons for wanting to do that, but we owe it to the taxpayers and to the city council who will pass the budget. We owe it to all of us to have measurable goals that we can see exactly how we've done and we can be accountable for those goals. We have many, many goals in the school department. One of my favorites, and it's measurable, and I'll just quickly outline it for you, is in the elementary schools, we have a goal for the principals that they are to increase the involvement of families who don't participate in school activities. There's a lot of kids who go to school, but their families don't come to the extracurricular events and so forth. That's a goal that's measurable, and we can know what the results are. So we say to the principal, you have a goal of increasing the number of families who participate. A metric on how to measure that is you must contact 5 families a month and then report back to us on how those contacts went. And did you get those people involved and so forth? And that's what I mean when I say goals and metrics and measurable goals. They all lead up to an increase in our excellence, and it will increase our performance of our students. So that's just one example of many that we will be working on in the schools. And for housing accessibility, we all know that the city's input on increasing accessible and affordable housing. We only have so many tools, and they're not huge tools. They're small tools, mostly zoning. But we can encourage developers who want to do business in our city to provide for additional housing in exchange for things like maybe a little bit of additional height, something that the city council eventually have to propose. We intend to work with those opportunities, to try and balance them, work with you and the neighborhoods to make sure that things that we do that are trade-offs for increased units of housing are what are consistent with our neighborhood character. So that's kind of how we're going to be continuing to approach housing. And I will report back over the next few months after we get the budget done on how we do on some of those goals. Finally, just quickly this fall, after the budget's done and after our summer's over, we will be working hard with all the departments to establish goals and the procedure by which we're accountable for those. And we will report them to everybody, including City Council. And finally, I'll just end quickly. As we know, the tragedy of the Lily Jean is still very heavy on many of our hearts, certainly the families that are involved. We are looking for a celebration in August. We always have a celebration in August at the Man at the Wheel to honor all of the people who were lost at sea in connection with our most beloved industry, fishing. And we will have the names for the cenotaph done by then. We will have the Fisherman's Wives statue is celebrating its 25th anniversary. We perhaps will have some ability to award some of the Mariners medals. All of that coming together on August 8th. And so I'm looking for us to be able to make a really meaningful celebration, and not just for the people who went to sea and didn't come home, but for the people who stayed home and are now alone. And that is something we're shooting for August 8th. And with that, I will conclude my remarks. Thank you for letting me speak to you, and I will turn it back to City Council.
Thank you very much. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
A poem to be read by the City of Gloucester co-poet laureate Heidi Wakeman.
Good evening. My name's Heidi Wakeman. I'm one of 2 poets laureate in Gloucester, and I'm super excited to celebrate National Poetry Month by reading an original poem. The idea for this came from before the inauguration, so I reworked it, and I'm glad to share it tonight. Light as a feather, mighty as a flock. Today you find a feather. It's gray or white or blue. You pick it up, you ponder it. What can one feather do? You hold it close, you hold it high. You see up above you the vast blue sky. That one single feather, dipped in dark ink, declared independence, a new way to think. Signed on the parchment, a radical declaration, an imperfect vision of our revolutionary nation. One feather is a wand, casts a magical spell. One feather is a pen with a story to tell. You are one feather, you are light, you are steady, but bound to a wing, your flight is near ready. For just one small feather can't fly alone. It needs some more feathers. It needs muscle and bone. You find a new feather, drifting here, drifting there. You join in together with purpose and care. For when we connect, when we hope, when we pray, on a wing and a prayer, is that what they say? Emily says, hope is a thing, feathered and fluttered, with a voice it may sing. But a wing and a wing on a bird can take flight. You are 2 wings, aloft, alight. One bird with 2 wings soars into the sky, then joins with a second, a third, and you fly. 3 become 4, and 4 become 8, become 80, 800. A flock is our fate. For you know when the geese form a V all together, their passage is smooth. They glide through all weather. The lead bird goes first, then moves to the end, rotating, elevating, making new friends. You are that lead bird. You are part of a flock. You are part of this city. You all serve. You all rock. You are a feather. Your spirit is light. In the midst of the darkness, you stand for what's right. You are a wing on a bird. It is clear. You are a bird in this flock of great cheer. You leave here today. Look on the ground, a magical plume from the friends you have found. You are one, we are many, a single small feather, a great gorgeous flock. May we all fly together. Thank you.
Next order of business, Madam Clerk, and thank you so much.
The Gloucester Youth Leadership Council presentation.
Hello. First of all, I just want to say thank you for allowing us this opportunity to present to you guys. So GWAC for the past few months, we've been doing research on nicotine and tobacco, especially in its effect on our youth. And we took this to the Youth Power Summit.
Move the
and Youth
microphone
Power
a little, move the microphone a little closer.
Oh, sorry. So we presented this to the Youth Power Summit, and essentially, students all across Massachusetts, and it's youth-led. We try to combat nicotine and tobacco industries and advocate for policy change. And this is the GWAC high school group. So the president is Billy Nixon. My name is Miles Train Harrison. I'm the vice president. The secretary is Madison Goodhue. Amber Murphy is the co-treasurer. Emerson Lancaster is also co-treasurer. Our other members include Ella O'Malley, Maggie Seal, Isaac Hopkins, Leah Capone, Allison Tuck, Juliana Kukuru, Charlotte Randazza, Bonsai Patel, Zachary Sandus, Erica Taylor Grossi, Charlotte James, and Kashri Patel.
Introducing the middle school group, we have Natalie Parisi, the president, the vice president, Melody Rogers, the treasurer, Emmy Philbrook, the secretary, Elba Gallagher, and others like Ethan Kohler, Adriana Beloff, Anaya Salish, Maya, Mile Peckham, Maddie Sneegids, Dax, and Dax Ellenhan.
So what is GWAC? So essentially, we're just a group consisted of high school and middle school students. And our mission is to address issues that may affect our youth. And right now, we're focusing on teen substance misuse, so it's nicotine and tobacco. Community activism, so we've done multiple volunteer activities like drug take back day, teen summer send off, planting trees, and packing backpacks for the homeless. Financial literacy. So in partnership with Cape Ann Savings Bank, we've launched Wicked Smart. It's a financial literacy workshop for high schoolers. And right now we're in our second launch. And we also focus on mental health and wellness. And today we're here to discuss nicotine and tobacco regulations within our community.
That was our PSA video about our opinions to reduce advertisement of nicotine and tobacco products around Gloucester. And here are some laws that we would like to highlight in Gloucester. One is that no business may sell or offer tobacco or nicotine products without an annual permit from the Gloucester Board of Health. The city caps the total number of tobacco sale permits and limits new permits if the cap is reached. Sellers must verify that the buyers are 21 plus with valid government photo identification before any sale. And here's some other ones. The city prohibits the possession, sale, or distribution of flavored tobacco products and flavored tobacco enhancers in the city, including vaping products. Unlike other municipalities, Gloucester prohibits smoking bars entirely. One can't vape or smoke within 20 feet of the municipal building, and no new tobacco retailers are allowed within 500 feet of a school zone.
So, what are the towns and cities doing? Newton and I believe Brookline is the first one to do this. They have a nicotine-free generation law. So essentially how it works is, I believe for Brookline, it's January 1st, 2000. Anyone born after this year can't purchase nicotine. And the mission behind this is just to create a new generation that's not addicted to nicotine. Beverly has a concentration restriction on the nicotine. So anything above 35 milligrams per milliliter is restricted from retail stores. And Rockport. I believe Rockport has restrictions on where you can vape and smoke, and I think it's like the 6 beaches, public beaches, and town-owned property. And the purpose of this is just to decrease the amount of people smoking outside, and they know they could receive repercussions for these. And Brookline, on top of being the first to enact the nicotine-free generation law, they also have flavor bans, so no flavored nicotine products in retail stores.
So, what other countries are doing? Iceland banned all tobacco ads in the media and street in the 70s, and Europe banned all advertising throughout all technology. Australia and Palau set laws into place banning all tobacco advertising and any promotion whatsoever. Action steps that will benefit Gloucester. We could limit We could start by limiting advertising for such products. By limiting these ads, there would be less public displays, which is one of the main appeals for young people in the city. And more action steps would be restricting these ads in places visible to minors. Also, it would be helpful to ban these advertisements within set distances of school zones, which will ultimately reduce youth's exposure to these products and prevent early experimentation.
Statistics related to tobacco and nicotine. Research shows that tobacco smoking causes cancer, respiratory and cardiac diseases, negative birth outcomes, and irritation to the eyes, nose, and throat. A federal district court determined that major cigarette manufacturers invested billions of dollars annually in market efforts to entice young people to try to continue purchasing their cigarette products, thereby ensuring steady influx of replacement smokers necessary for their survival. The court noticed that these companies were likely persisting in targeting underage smokers. According to the 2021 SMASH of studies, a significant majority, 90% of smokers started before the age of 25, with over 5 million youth and young adults ages 25 and under currently smoking. Research shows that the concentration and proximity of tobacco retailers can heighten smoking behaviors, which includes increasing daily cigarette consumptions, lowering rates of smoking cessation during quit attempts, and a rise of smoking prevalence among young people. In Massachusetts, the prevalence of e-cigarettes among students stand 30.9 for high schoolers and 10.9% for middle schoolers, reflecting a decrease of 20.3% from high schoolers and 4.6% for middle schoolers from 2019 to 2021. Implementing policies aimed at decreasing the density of tobacco retailers have proven effective, helping to reduce or eliminate social and racial departs and distributions in locations of these retailers.
All right, and in conclusion, Gloucester takes these steps, it can become a leader in health advocacy and could influence other communities in its footsteps. This would show that local action can create a meaningful change and that Gloucester cares a lot about its youth. And by prioritizing young health and reducing exposure to nicotine and tobacco products, Gloucester can help build a stronger and healthier community for the benefit of our future. Gloucester would not only be benefiting itself, but also inspire statewide efforts to prevent addictions before it happens. And then these.
I just want to say thank you for your time and consideration for listening to our presentation. If you guys have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Questions? Can we get that presentation?
Yeah, I'm sure we can send it to you.
Patty, yep.
Yeah, I'd like to congratulate you all. That was a really poignant piece. And I would like to find out about working with our health director in implementing some of these changes and through our ordinances. I think some of those were very doable and reachable. So thank you. And I would be interested to help you in that.
Councilor Nolan.
One of the things you had said that we've been going through for a long time, I remember going back to the 90s when we got rid of cigarette machines out of bar rooms and restaurants, and the Gloucester students driving around the back shore, and you guys are all that type of people right now doing the same thing. The one thing that really puzzles me is the vape use has actually gone up since the last time we talked about this. And I'm not in the schools. I don't see what's going on. I don't have children. But the number that you showed tonight is higher than what it was 4 years ago. So obviously enticement for flavors or things like that, or whether people think it's cool or not, it's not working. And I think that this council and the Board of Health, with your help, can do more to help that. And thank you for your presentation tonight.
Councilor Grace.
I just wanted to tell you how extraordinarily proud I am of each and every one of you. I met with you guys several weeks back and spent quite a bit of time with you. And your courage and your poise standing up here before all of these people and speaking on behalf of your peers and of yourself and what's important to you is an extraordinary moment. And I am grateful for each and every one of you and so very, very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Benson.
Thank you all first for coming before us and giving us a poignant presentation and speaking to the dangers of smoking. I'm reminded of my uncle when I was probably a little older than some of you, dying of lung cancer. And to remind us of the dangers of smoking. And I remember an ad as a child when a famous news anchor died and they talked about quit to live. I just had a question for you all. So you remind us, like Beverly, they banned the flavors, is that correct?
Beverly has a concentration.
Yep.
And I think it was Brookline has a flavor.
Okay, so they banned the flavors. And then you spoke about some communities, communities banning nicotine for future generations. So like a certain age, I know, could you speak a little, if you just wanted to touch upon that? Because that could be something we could look at in the future.
Yeah, I know there's like many towns who followed after Brookline, and they were the first one to start this. I mean, we could implement that in Gloucester, so we could just follow in like Brookline, like January 1st, 2000. I think Chelsea is like 2004, and Newton's also 2004. But I'm sure we could like communicate with them and see what we can work out.
Absolutely, and I'll add to that. I think that that's something we should definitely look at for future generations. And I know the country of the UK in the last government banned nicotine for age, so they were going to stop selling it for anyone under the age, I think, of 17 and younger, and they were not going to be able to sell it for them. So I think that's something to look at. And I really appreciate all of your efforts. And you are the future of this community, the future of this state, the future of this country. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I'd also like to thank you. And as Dylan just said, you guys are the future. You're stepping up to the plate right now. It is not without a certain amount of courage that it takes to do these things and to take these stands. So I congratulate you on that. And it really is no small feat. And giving this presentation tonight, you did very, very well. And you are also to be congratulated in your presentation skills. So I'd just like to thank you. Thank you again, and we will be talking to you again probably within the next 12 months.
I have a
You have something to say?
I have one more small thing to add. The reason, at least for me personally, I really feel that this is a thing that we need to implement because there is a super, super high rate of teens that are vaping. I'm just seeing vapes. We're losing toilets in the school and losing pipes and like even our septic tanks. Like the first floor septic tank exploded and the whole first floor smelled like poop for the whole day. And that's not something that should be happening. So this will actually like help drug dealers not be able to sell to kids in Gloucester because they won't be able to get the stuff in Gloucester anymore because they will be too young. So this will not only reduce like the adult rate, but it'll also reduce a lot of the youth rate and help significantly bring down and decrease those numbers as they are rapidly growing in Gloucester. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, guys. These are our Gloucester Youth Leadership Council leaders, and we are super grateful to be able to present with you guys. Me and Chelsea really wanted to take a back seat, so forgive us for not stepping up. We want our youth to be able to speak to anything. So have a great night, guys.
Great job. Great job. You, David, and to Chelsea. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Confirmation of new appointments.
Counselor Nolan.
First up, we have our Chief Administrative Officer, Kelly Dolan. Kelly, if you could come up to the microphone, please.
Hi, everyone.
You can just tell us a little bit about yourself and
And no, into the mic, I'm a little tall. Can you hear me okay? I feel like it's not working when everyone does it. So you guys kind of have a rendition of who I am already. My resume, how I kind of got the job. So I thought tonight it would be better to do a little bit about what I'm looking to do and kind of my leadership style, because to me, the most important part is making it back here in 24 months and talking to you about what we've done. So with that being said, I'm going to do a very quick but little history lesson here. I base my leadership style off of I'm actually a mathematician from World War II named Abraham Wald. And what he did is he led a team of engineers and mechanics who built the planes that went out to war. And they would watch the planes come back and they would look to see where were the planes damaged, bullet holes, etc. And then they would devise essentially plans to either rebuild those planes and put extra armor, if you will, where those holes were, and then send them back out to war, or they'd be building new ones, and again, only putting more armor where they had seen patterns and where the planes were being hit. Until one day he said, we're losing more planes aren't coming back. So what are we going to do here? What's the problem? So he came up with an innovative way and convinced his entire team and the pilots to actually armor everywhere that there wasn't a bullet hole and there wasn't damage, because those are the planes that weren't making it back. Those are the planes they weren't able to see come back down and assess. And with that, they of course saw the numbers rise of more planes coming back, more survivors. So I say that to tell you, for me, my goal is to understand that leadership is something that takes time, it takes trust, it takes innovation, it takes dedication, diplomacy, conviction in what we're going to be doing. And at the end of the day, that's the direction that we're looking to go in. So we have a lot to do. It's been 5 weeks that I've been here so far. I don't have all the answers to everything. I have had a wonderful history lesson, and I certainly look forward to working with the mayor and this amazing team and taking us to the next chapter, like I said 5 weeks ago. So thank you.
Questions from anyone?
Take that as a no.
well, that was a great story.
Thank you very much.
With that being said, I'll read the motion. On a motion by Councilman Majota, second by Councilor Grace, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council appoint Kelly Dolan as Chief Administrative Officer, term to end 2/14/28, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Nolan, seconded by Counselor Majota. Discussion? Counselor Grow.
Kelly, welcome to Gloucester, and thank you for stepping up for the job. I'm sure it's going to be a challenge, especially in the next few weeks. I don't envy you. I just want to say your experience is very compelling, and I look forward to seeing how you interact with the other department heads. And you follow a couple of very strong people who've been in this job. And it's now we get the opportunity to see you make your mark on the city and the leadership. And I'm looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Grace.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. I have found your leadership skills to be wonderful. You are accessible. You, whenever I have emailed you, I never wait longer than half an hour till I get a response. Never ignored, always taken seriously, and concerns are validated. And I am grateful to you for that. And I am, as I said to you during the committee meeting, I think your perspective, because you're coming from kind of the outside and then entering into this, that you can offer a different perspective of things in this community. And I think that's invaluable. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Benson.
I just want to say I appreciated that history lesson and reminded of that story of that hero who helped us win the war. And I appreciate you bringing that to your leadership skills and stepping up. And you bring an array of experience. And I look forward to working with you. And I hope we can continue to have that proactive relationship between us and the administration. So thank you. And thank you and welcome to Gloucester. And I'm sure you've gotten quite a history lesson in the last 5 weeks of this community and moving us forward as we continue to respect our past. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Kelly, we've only met recently and gotten to know each other a little bit. I have been lucky enough to have probably more interaction with you than the other people up here, but Gloucester is a tough city, but I do not think that you are a personality that will shy away from us.
I'm taking that as a compliment.
It is. It is. I think that you're the person for this job. Granted, your resume was, way over and above of what we could have hoped for, but in resumes don't always tell about the person, and the person that you are, I think, really fits the bill here. So thank you for joining us.
Oh my gosh. Thank you very much. That means a lot.
Anyone else? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, 9-0.
Thank you, guys.
Next up, Councilor Nolan.
Next up, we have the Committee for the Arts. We have Elizabeth Bish, term to end 2/15/2030. Elizabeth, how you doing? You want to come up to the microphone and just tell the council a little bit about yourself?
Hi, oh, this is perfect for me. I've lived in Cape Ann for probably over 50 years. I'm from Nebraska originally. I am a chiropractor and an artist, and I recently opened a gallery downtown with my husband. And I was asked recently to be on this council, and I'm happy to serve the city.
Questions? No? Councilor Nolan?
On a motion by Councilor Gray, seconded by Councilor Majota, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council appoint Elizabeth Bish to the Committee for the Arts, term to end 2/15/2030, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Nolan, seconded by Councilor Grace. Discussion. Councilor Nolan.
So as I said at O&A, it was coincidental that I got to see her art because I joined at her chiropractor office with another person that worked there and actually really enjoyed it an awful lot. There was an issue that came up with a parking situation with dumpsters in a lot that the city leases, and I was unsuccessful in helping her, but her talent stood out to me for some reason. I'm not a big art form with photos or with color or paint-ins. I'm more of a metal guy, as in i.e. old cars and hot rods. But there was something always appealing to me that made me feel comfortable sitting in your office, waiting to go. And it was your work that brought me there. And I just really want you to know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Grace.
Just to repeat what I said at the committee level, I'm glad that regardless of your dad trying to talk you out of it, that you never, ever gave up on your dream to be an artist. I think it's wonderful. Thank you.
Counselor Grow.
I just want to thank you for stepping up for this role. Arts in Gloucester is a huge component of who we are and who we need to be, and certainly our tourist industry. So much depends on the arts, and the Committee for the Arts I think, is a tough crew. Art is so subjective, and it's going to be interesting to see you fit into that group. But thank you for stepping up, and thank you for being a practitioner and a promoter of the arts.
Anyone else? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it, 9-0. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda.
Would any council like to pull a matter off the consent agenda? I'd like to pull item number 1 under communications and invitations. Anybody else? I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
So moved.
Amended. Second. Motion made by Counselor Groves, seconded by Counselor Nolan. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Oh,
Why are you pulling that off?
you'll find out.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
All shall be revealed.
Okay.
You voted for that, right?
I voted.
Accept the consent agenda?
I'll vote in favor of.
Okay. Yeah.
Look,
So
I
I
thought
pulled,
that was a
I
discussion.
pulled off number 1 under communications and invitations, memorandum from the city clerk suggesting consolidation of Ward 4 polling places, because it should not only be referred to O&A, but it also should be referred to the school committee, since this has implications at the school buildings, so they should also be invited to have some say in that. So, so that's pulling off to recommend to refer to O&A and to the school committee to request permission to use school for dual polling places. And I so move. Second. Motion made by Counselor Gross, seconded by Counselor Nolan. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it, 9-0. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
April 9th, 2026, Budget and Finance Standing Committee report.
Counselor Memard.
Would move to accept the April 9th, 2026 Budget and Finance Standing Committee report as a consent agenda. And subject to your approval, I'll go ahead and summarize the items we discussed.
Counselor Grow.
I'd like to pull off number 3 and number 7 of those.
Number 3 and number 7. Thank you. Okay, Counselor Memard.
So the item number 1 on our Budget and Finance Committee last Friday was the election of our city auditor, Kenny Costa.
I'd like to pull that one off too.
Any others?
Get deserves more.
Oh, I don't disagree. So item number 2, we're gonna do
Not much of a consent agenda.
Yep. So item number 2 is a minor item from the Chief
Just a
Administrative
little bit.
Officer regarding our snow and ice budget. It was started out the year around $700,000, and we're now looking at a spending limit of $6,800,000. And that's just we didn't vote on it. It was just a item of information that was shared with us. That number again was $6,800,000. Gloucester School snow and ice budget. For information only. So we pulled off number 3, I believe. Number 4 is a memorandum from our Economic Development Coordinator, Emily Sloan, requesting our acceptance of a Mass Downtown Initiative MDI grant award for 2026 in the amount of $24,000. And then item number 5 was a memorandum from the city clerk and an SBT 2026-15 in the amount of $1,275 for election custodial coverage on September 15th, 2025, and back on November 4th, 2025. And item number 6 was a memorandum from our Director of Elder Services, that's Elise Sinagra, requesting our acceptance of donations to support the Gloucester Council on Aging and the Rose Baker Senior Center, totaling $5,785.01 from the following members within our community, including James Niles, Ed Fisher, Barbara Black, Marilyn Grant, Sarah White, Karen Amaro, Barry McKay, Fred Cowan, and Richard Gardner, and Leanne Palazzola for $5,785. And item number 8 was a memorandum from the Community Development Director requesting requesting authorization to pay a prior year invoice with fiscal year 2026 funds, and this is in the amount of $5,000 in the old invoice. And then we also received a memorandum from the city auditor, Kenny Costa, regarding the city's fiscal year 2024 annual comprehensive financial report, or ACFR award. And we've received that now for a number of years, and it's to our credit and helps with our bond ratings. And those are the items that were not pulled off.
So we need a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, 9-0.
I'm sorry, Tony, but one of those I was not in favor of. So I didn't realize it was.
You want to change your vote to no?
I didn't vote yet, but I'm not
Well, yeah, we
clear.
just had the vote.
I'm not clear. It's only one item that I would not vote in favor of. And I didn't.
Well, then it needed to be pulled. Do you want to pull it?
Item number 4.
If that makes it go to a roll call vote, yeah.
Not roll call, but it goes to an individual vote.
All
I mean,
right.
it goes to, it's voted on individually, then, that item.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. We can,
Number 4.
do we need to change? Do we need to do anything? Vote the amendment.
Councilor Memhard needs to read the motion and pull the committee recommendation, and then you can revote it.
Motion the consent agenda without those other items. Is that what you're saying?
So Councilor Memhard is just going to read the committee recommendation for item number 4, and then you'll revote it.
So item number 4 on our budget and finance agenda was a memorandum from the Economic Development Coordinator, Emily Sloan, requesting acceptance of the Mass Downtown Initiative, or MDI, grant award for 2026 in the amount of $24,000. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Page, Budget and Finance Committee voted 2 in favor, 1 opposed. That's Councilor Page. To recommend that the City Council accept a state grant under Mass General Law 4453A from the Executive Office of Economic Development for a fiscal year 2026 Massachusetts Downtown Initiative Technical Assistance Grant. This is the amount originally of $30,000, and this is for the purpose to evaluate the Stage Fort shuttle bus route. The grant period is from July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, and there's no local match for this grant. And I so move.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Discussion. Councilor
Yes,
Page.
when we were at Budget and Finance, we still weren't clear about, I think we did clear up the source of this grant. But again, we have a motion at 30,000 and the grant's only 24, so the 6,000 difference. And I did question how that gets, well, right, how it may be just a process matter, but there is a payment that was taken out of that before we even got to accept this grant. And we didn't clear that up at Budget and Finance, so I don't know if Kenny has any further answers for us now. We weren't even clear about the source of this. originally, if you remember, at Budget and Finance.
Well, it was cleared up. It was, I thought it was cleared up at B and F.
Are we,
So
I think, I
it was
think the
cleared up
way
to
we
my
left it,
satisfaction.
I think the way we left it at Budget and Finance was we were going to follow the law, but I don't know that we knew exactly what
I know
that was.
And Kenny told us we had to vote the whole 30,000. That was following the law.
And I believe that we had this discussion and then we had additional information that was provided at the end of our Budget and Finance Committee meeting by Kenny and Connor McCorkle, which clarified the $6,000 had already been expended and the balance was remaining as specified here.
Councilor Grow.
I'm just going to recollection here, but didn't we accept this grant once before? We had not? Okay.
Yeah,
It was withdrawn. It
Okay.
was on an agenda and it was withdrawn.
So
Um,
it's okay to have the 30,000 in the motion, the 24?
I believe it is
accepted,
Kenny. Is that,
and-
yes, Kenny's nodding his head saying yes.
And did the city get that purchase order and pay it?
There is no purchase order. It's a pass-through. Kenny, why don't you come up? It's a pass-through grant. The city never gets the money.
That's fine. I don't need to quiz Kenny anymore.
Good evening, councilors, through the chair. So it is a pass-through grant, so we won't be, no purchase orders, no checks issued from the city. And I have no new information from Thursday. The grant on the state website does indicate 30,000. So I'm just looking for the city to be in compliance with the general law. So it should be 30,000.
Not saying that that this is a clean operation on this. It was the change of administrations. It was that directives had been prematurely or the communications were not as clear that other grant was not going to be sought after. But $6,000 of that grant had already been, the state agency had already given the money to the vendor. Now there's a different vendor because this is a different purpose that they have allowed us to use the remainder of this grant. So they've allowed us to repurpose it.
No, thank you.
Are you okay?
Yes. You know I ask again. No, thank you. I see it.
30. The motion said 30,000.
Seconded.
There's been, I think we're confusing this a little bit, from what I'm understanding, and I usually don't get confused. So are we getting we're getting 24,000 or 30,000?
Original grant
Okay.
was for the Business Improvement District.
Yep.
That was, and it was a pass-through grant, and the state agency that uses it, that administers it.
Yep.
Had issued payment of $6,000 to the vendor on the BID,
Yep.
the Business Improvement District grant. The current administration withdrew that grant.
Yep.
So now there is $24,000 left that the state would it would go away completely.
Yep,
because it was
it's going to go
withdrawn.
away completely if we
Would
if
go
we-
away
if-
completely,
if we voted no on this.
but the Community Development Department asked if we could repurpose it. So this is the remainder of the grant that's left that we've asked to repurpose.
And the state is allowing us to
And the
repurpose.
state is
it.
allowing us to
Yep.
repurpose.
Okay, yes. So we're not, if we vote no on this, we would lose the $24,000. If
Correct.
that's correct. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right. All those in favor on item number 4?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
8 in favor, 1 in opposition. Motion passes. Next is number 1. Scott, do you want to take that one?
Again, this is a 2-year term for our city auditor, Kenny Costa, who's been in the job now, is it what, 12 years, 14 years? When Kenny arrived, some of the city's finances were in shambles. We were on the state's naughty list, which is exactly what it sounds like. And Kenny has done an admirable, sustained job over the years and racked up a really excellent track record of compliance with state and federal and other laws, so that the city of Gloucester has been able to close its books on a regular annual basis, and when it's audited by the state or by our outside auditors, has generally had, and in recent years has absolutely had, a clean audit and review. And this is 100% credit to the job that Kenny Costa does, working with Connor McCorkle, formerly John Dunn, in that office, and the administration. So we can be grateful to Kenny to keeping the city on a straight and narrow financial status, which, as chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, involves a lot of detail, and it involves working with all the department heads to make sure that they're complying, so that we can make those certifications. And Kenny has done a good job. It's not always easy, but we've done a good job with Kenny's leadership. So we are making a motion to re-elect. I made the motion, seconded by Councilor Page. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council, pursuant to City Charter Section 2-7A, regarding the election of the city auditor, elect Kenny Costa as the city auditor for a term of April 2026 through April 2028, and I so move.
Second. Motion made by Councilor Memard, seconded by Councilor Page. Discussion. Anything to say? Councilor Nolan.
Going on 11 years here, and I've only worked with one auditor. And going through the history and some of the records that we have in front of us from different past rules, regulations that we've worked with, Kenny, you've done a great job. You've had the back of the city, and you've always been there for me, and as well as I'm sure every other councilor, every question that's asked. Budget season is always a buzz, and you seem to be aware, and your touch with your employees and how you do things with the city works wonderful. Thank you.
Councilor Grow.
I've worked with a couple of auditors, and I got to tell you, Kenny, you are way Mount Olympus as far as I'm concerned. Appreciate all you do. I know it's a really sexy job, and you do it pretty awesomely. I know HR. Call me tomorrow.
Councilor Grace.
Kenny, where are you? I just want to say thank you. You know, your dedication to the city and the work that you put on into everything and fixing all of the mess that you took upon you, you know, all those 12 years ago, is demonstrable in looking at your records. And I just, on behalf of all of us and of this city, and I encourage people in this city to, if, you know, to check out the work that Kenny has done, because it's been extraordinary. Thank you.
Council Benson.
Thank you. And thank you, Kenny, for all your service to the city. And you bring professionalism to the office. And I will say, as a sophomore city councilor, I've learned a lot from you when I was in my first term, understanding things, understanding the crises that we continue to face, and understanding the budget season that I think is very important. And I appreciate all the work that you've done to help me be better at my job. So again, thank you, and thank you for your service to the city.
Kenny, you and I have worked together for a long time. Before I was on the council, when I was on the school committee, Waterways Board, we spent a lot of time. One thing I found with you, besides your adherence to making sure that we know where everything is coming and going financially in this city, is that when there is a situation, a unique situation that needs addressing, you're happy to work with anyone to find the solution to make that work. You know, you're not just, you know, you won't just say no. I mean, eventually, maybe sometimes the answer is no, but you've always tried to find the best route to get to where you need to go. And I've really admired that throughout, well, since your whole time you've been here, I think I've worked with you. So it's been an honor and a pleasure. Thank you. There we go. All right. Is this a roll call or no? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you so much, Kenny.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay, Counselor Grow.
Number 3 was the memorandum from the purchasing agent regarding review and recommendations for the Blackburn cell tower lease terms. I really just wanted,
I'm sorry, I've been meaning to do this. I wanted to recognize that we have Superintendent Ben Lummis here tonight. We have Assistant Superintendent Amy Pasquarello, and we have School Committee Chairperson Kathy Clancy with us this evening. Go ahead. Thank you.
I really just wanted, Stacy Capone, if you could give us an explanation as to why we're starting at a significantly lower lease rate for the cell towers. As I mentioned earlier, I think we should reserve that for only new customers. But it seems like you've got some explanations. People have been asking me why we're starting lower.
So we're starting with 30 grand a year. And it's a 15% escalator after that for the next 5 years with a total of 25-year term. Now, the technology has changed drastically over the past 25 years when this originally started. Now, they can put an antenna on a telephone pole. They can put them anywhere on top of a roof. So Verizon just wants to maintain a good relationship with us and keep the existing cell tower that they're using for their antenna. So they proposed this offer of $25,000 per month, $30,000 a year. And
2,500, I think.
I'm sorry, 2,500 with 30,000 a year, commencing on 3/1/28. So with the technology changing so drastically, they are offering this proposal. It's, I think, a good proposal where technology has changed so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Counselor Benson.
Yeah, thank you. So you said the technology is changing. So to understand, you're saying that they may not need cell towers in the future. Is that what you're alluding to? Okay.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, because they basically, there's so many antennas that they can put up now. Like before it was just, on the cell towers or whatnot, but now they can place them anywhere. And they have way more than they had before.
Counselor Grace.
So it's basically a good faith offer that they're still going to be giving us. It's still kind of a significant amount of money every year because they, quite frankly, going forward, probably don't have to.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And they want to maintain another 25-year term.
Thank you.
Stacy, I'd like to apologize for the brain freeze I had on your last name during the introductions. Anyone else? Okay. Do we read the motion?
I will read the motion. Budget and Finance, on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Page. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the disposition by means of a lease amendment as provided in lease agreement number 7406, Verizon Wireless. This is the Blackburn cell tower lease with a rental period of 5 years with 4 additional 5-year terms, and a rental rate will be $2,500 per month with a 15% rent escalator every 5 years, pursuant to the terms and conditions as stated herein. And said initial term is to be a 5-year term from March 1st, 2028 until February 28th, 2033, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Memard, seconded by Councilor Page. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. 9-0. Thank you, Stacy. Next up, Mr. Grow.
I just thought that the statement of interest for the school committee, or for the school superintendent of schools, seemed warranted a little bit of discussion before we voted on it. So that's why I pulled it off.
Would the superintendent like to lead this discussion?
Thank you, Councilor Groh. Thank you, President Gross. So, Assistant Superintendent Amy Pasquarello and also School Committee Chair Kathy Pansier here tonight
And you're gonna have to go right to the mic.
to give you a
Sorry.
short presentation and answer any of your questions you have. Want to first start by just thanking the Youth Leadership Council, who was here earlier tonight. Obviously, O'Malley and local students, including O'Malley and Gloucester High School students. And as you saw, so many of our they're great examples of our students in our schools who are engaged and concerned not only about themselves and their health, but the health of others, and also how they're leaders. And as I mentioned them on their way out, I thank them for really supporting a really important health initiative and pushing and asking for your leadership on curtailing vaping and tobacco use. Everything they said warrants attention, and I really appreciate also the council's acknowledgement of their great work. So thank you very much for that. So I'm going to share a presentation here. I can share, is that correct? Through the Zoom?
Get a panelist invite?
Yep.
Okay.
Come up there. It's coming across here. Very exciting. All right. So we're here tonight to talk to you about the process of submitting a statement of interest for the Beeman and Plum Cove schools. And the basic concept here is when, not if, and I'll explain that. But then I'll also explain exactly what the statement of interest is, because it's a complicated process to get involved with the Massachusetts School Building Authority, something that Gloucester knows well, but every time it warrants some revisiting. So just a few things about the Plum Cove and Beeman schools. First of all, this is about the buildings, not about the communities. These are great, powerful, wonderful, loving school communities. Some of the city councilors know that, by experience, either by being graduates or being parents there. Beeman was built in 1955, so it's 71 years old. Plum Cove in 65, so it's 61 years old. The modulars, so the modular classrooms make up a substantial part of both buildings. These are meant to be temporary classrooms. At Beeman, it's 33% of the classrooms are modular buildings, and at Plum Cove, a full 50%. So half the classrooms at Plum Cove are temporary structures. Those temporary structures were installed in 2008 for the most part. A few years ago, they faced extensive leaks. The HVAC wasn't working properly. Rodents were living above the drop ceilings, and animals were living below under the classrooms, in the foundations. Thankfully, the city, with some COVID dollars, rebuilt the exteriors, and those are doing well. But we rebuilt the exteriors with the push of DPW and Mike Hale's leadership in order to extend their useful life for 8 to 10 years. That expires somewhere around 2008 or 8 years or so from here. What we're trying to do here is really the third step in what's ultimately a 25-year process of rebuilding the city's elementary schools. So many of you will remember that in 2009, the city submitted a statement of interest. They're in the same place as we are now for the West Parish School. Then 2014, after a number of different studies and work over the years about the organization of the schools, facilities master plan study was finished. That presented 4 options to the city and to the school committee. About 2 years later, the school committee decided on option D. That was to reduce the total elementary schools to 3 and rebuild and create 3 new buildings. Okay? So that's been really, since 2016, has been the plan and the sort of and the path the city and the schools have been on. As you know, we applied for a statement of interest for East Gloucester and Beeman exactly 10 years ago. And that led to the MSBA process that ultimately resulted in the East Veterans School. Okay, it's very important to recognize that 10 years ago, we applied for East Gloucester and Beeman, because that'll come up again in our conversation tonight. Because as you know, we didn't address Beeman at that time. Tonight we have with us Jody Genotti, principal of the Beeman School, and Dr. Dan Jewett, the principal of the Plum Cove School. And they'll add some detail to what I'm going to explain to you now, which is that the buildings are substandard, they're outdated, and they're inadequate. So we have some substandard spaces in terms of space in all the classrooms. Both schools, the library is on the stage. They also have a combination of the gymnasium, the cafeteria, and the library all in the same room, okay? Which obviously limits programming and really limits the ability to have some really crucial aspects of school community coming together, which is the whole school coming together at times for assemblies and programs. Their nurses' office are inferior and substandard and small. There's limited number of bathrooms in both buildings, okay? And I think one of the most crucial pieces is that we've converted classrooms into multi-use spaces. So you'll have multiple teachers trying to provide services for students, typically special education services or multi-language learner services. And you may have meetings and students getting support. One clear example of this is a student who needs speech and language support trying to operate in a noisy room because there are multiple people trying to do multiple things with multiple students at that time. That isn't an effective learning space for our special education students. And that happens again and again in both schools. There's no music or art room at Plum Cove School. There, as I mentioned, no libraries. And there's no real space for small group learning, especially for special needs students. Physical therapy happens in the hallway at West Parish. So we go on, and Dr. Jewett and Principal Ginodi are here to talk a little bit more specifically about that in a moment. They also have all old, or in many cases, original building systems, original windows. Plum Cove is its original furnace and no backup heat. Both schools have the original wiring and electrical systems. That comes into play because there are 2 or 3 outlets total in a school. That was okay maybe 50 or 60 or 70 years ago, but as today with technology, that really limits what we can do in our schools. Ventilation substandard. It's adequate, but not up to current standards. And ADA accessibility is very limited as well. The lift at Beaman, which gets you to the upper level, was just reinstalled this past month, actually, after not working for about 10 years. So I don't know if Jody and Dan, if you want to add into any specifics about just where things stand, that would be great.
Sure, I'd be happy to start. Hi, thank you for inviting me to speak about Beaman School. I'm Jody Ginodi, I'm the principal. I just want to say we have an outstanding staff there that works very hard with students, but the facilities in which they work in definitely limit their ability and effectiveness with our students. In my 7 years at Beaman, I have taken up every possible space that I can creatively think of to put folks into spaces that they need for students, primarily folks that need to work more privately with students, such as my counselors or some of my individual therapists. And so I have many folks working literally in closets. So there's no windows, there's poor ventilation. And even though they're closets and private in terms of perhaps not sharing the physical space with another student or another teacher, they're by no means private. There actually are no private spaces in which to hold a meeting at Beaman. I myself have moved into what was the nurse's old storage space. And there is literally a wall that was constructed at some point that's temporary, that if you were to look at the interior of it, it's literally cardboard. I have a counselor on the other side of that, so I'm privy to all of the work that she does with students and private conversations that she needs to have with families, and she often is of mine, which, as you can imagine, is not helpful or appropriate. We share several classrooms amongst many teachers. One classroom houses 6 teachers that service our multilingual learners and our special education students, which are some of our most critical needs students that really do need a quiet space and a small group environment in which to focus with their teacher, whether they're trying to acquire new language or just work on a skill that they typically struggle in. And that can be hard to do when there's 6 mini groups going on. When I addressed the school committee a few weeks ago, I equated it to trying to learn in a crowded restaurant, which is pretty much what it is. In the other shared classroom, I have 7 folks, and these folks also work with students that are in need of some remedial services or extra practice, one of them being the speech pathologist. As you can imagine, being able to hear is really important. And that's hard, again, when there's 7 different groups going on and tutors that are working with students as well. Our libraries, as Superintendent Lummis has said, are on our stages, which means that there's really not an opportunity to do a proper library time with a sit down, listen to a story, and sort of engage students, especially our younger learners, in the love of books and in an interest in genuinely going to the library, because there's not a space to do that. So they go in, they quickly pick some books and are leaving very quickly. It also presents a problem because we need our stage at certain points in the year when we're doing school performances. And we have to physically break down those bookshelves and move them so that we can use our stage. We've actually moved our 5th grade play that happens each year to the Gloucester Stage Company simply because it would be too difficult to try to run the play and service the cafeteria, the gym, and the library, which all happens in one space. And I'll just leave with that final note, gym and cafeteria are all in one space. So obviously gym classes can't happen during lunch times, which drives my instructional schedule in terms of figuring out the logistics of making that work. And in my professional opinion, that's not what should drive an elementary school schedule. It should be about what students need and being sure that we're offering students all of the parts and pieces of their education that should be available to them. And I will hand it off to my partner, Dan Jewett, to speak a little bit about Plum Cove.
Hi there. Thanks for having us. I share a lot of the same experiences as Jody. I would like to, as she mentioned with the schedule, it is a really unique thing where we an hour and a half out of the day, because the gym and the cafeteria are shared, it really does drive the instructional schedule of the school, and limit certain flexibility we have in that way. In terms of Plum Cove, we have 11 classrooms where, K through 5. And outside of those classrooms, we only have 3 additional kind of spaces. In one room, we have offices for the art teacher, music teacher, psychologist, and special education coordinator. And they share that work room with the speech and language pathologist who's then servicing kids. In a second room, we have our math coach, our reading coach, our multilingual teacher, our Title I paraprofessional who provides instruction, our behavior paraprofessional, and any paraprofessional who's doing small group intervention with kids. And then in the third room, we have 3 special education teachers servicing students, and that it also serves as our special education meeting area. So when we have a meeting with families about an IEP, we either have to change the way we're giving services and push into the classroom, or drop those services on that day. Plum Cove currently has an inverse bubble in which we only have 1 3rd grade class. So when that class graduates in 2 years and goes to O'Malley, it is likely that they'll be replaced with 2 kindergarten classrooms. So of the 3 extra classrooms I have now, in 2 years, we'll likely go down to 2, which means we have 14 other people who are trying to provide services to students sharing those spaces. And I think of all the things that have changed since when we were in school was the number of people that are working with our kids. The days of just having a single classroom teacher are gone. We have OT and PT and speech and language pathologists and counselors, all of whom do really important work. But that work was not, the building in 1965 was not designed for that type of work. And so we are really bursting at the seams. I don't know if you can hear in the background, they're doing a final bow for our school performance. And as Jody said, it's our in the backdrop is our library. And it's the little things that sometimes go unnoticed. In the back of the stage, I have a staff member whose job it is to trip the breaker of the stage lights as a way to move them on and off because the other stage lights are not working. And so it's those types of things that might are small but are cumulatively are very impactful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan and Jody. Before I go further on the process, any questions for the either principal? Can I ask that of the committee or the council? Okay. All right. Great. So let me continue just because they've really done such a nice job of explaining the need. And so what I want to jump into is what we're asking you to do tonight to allow us to essentially get in line. Okay, let me talk about what that means. Okay, so we talked about the impact on teachers and staff and students, obviously. And then, so let's move to some folks may want to do renovation. So just quickly on this, but renovation really isn't feasible in either of these buildings. As I told you, either 33% or 50% of the classrooms are modulars, and those can't be, they would have to be rebuilt, okay, and added to. So if you're just adding on that much of a new building to these existing buildings, what that will happen is it'll trigger code compliance. So, and we have to, if you have a renovation project, it's a certain percentage of the value of the building, you have to come up to code on all code. So that's everything from electricity, heating, plumbing, water, but also seismic, which is a potential for having to rebuild exterior walls. Okay. Okay. So because of the nature of the modulars, renovation actually will be similar, like we showed these East veterans, to a rebuilding. Okay. So let me just explain a few things about the process here, what we're asking you to do tonight. And really what we're asking you to do is allow us to get in line. And it is a long line. We are trying to create statements of interest, which allow us to get into the critical first step called the eligibility phase. Okay. This is 8, 9, maybe 10 years away from actually any building of buildings. Okay. So if you think about it visually here, if Mr. Memhard is actually a new building or two, we're trying to get from me, Ms. Pasquarello, okay, which allows us to get into the line. It's not even getting in the line. If we get to Ms. Pasquarello, then we're actually in the line. And I'll talk about what that line means, because as you can tell, it's a long way from Ms. Pasquarello to Ms. Memhard, okay? So we're trying to submit a statement of interest by April 17th, okay? And that would allow us to apply to be in the eligibility period, which is the first of 8 phases, okay? So we're up here on this overview timeline here. We're up here in the blue, trying to get into the blue. We won't hear from MSBA whether they will support us into the eligibility phase, just one phase, the first phase, until November of 2026. If we aren't approved at that time, and there will be competition from other districts, okay, who are in the same similar shape, then we start a year from now again and have to apply it again, just to get in line. Okay. What you have here in front of you are each phases, a number of different phases, some of which I'll describe. But if you add up all the times here between one and completing the building, we're looking at June 2034. Okay. So if you think back to when West Parish was begun in 2009 to 2034, completing the 3, rebuilding our buildings would take essentially 25 years. Okay. If we get going now, if we apply to get in line now. Okay. But the important part is that in no way, shape, or form does voting tonight to allow me to submit a statement of interest, okay, that's all you're voting for, to allow me to submit a statement of interest, does that mean that we are anywhere near building the buildings? Because there are a lot of places we have to get through, okay? So if we get through this first X, this is MSBA board may or may not approve us to get into phase 1. Then they have another board vote after phase 1, so 9 months later, whether or not we will continue to the project development team phase. At that point, and only at that point, so basically 2+ years from now, almost 3 years from now, is when the city would have to vote, and you'd be part of that process, and so would community members, to expend any dollars, okay? And that would be to fund a feasibility study, okay? And that's the point. If the city then approves that funding, most recently, those studies have been they take about 2 years. They cost them $1.5 million, okay, the most recent ones, all right, after looking at those. That's when we decide what the project would be, okay, because we have got to work with the community, school committee, city council, and also MSBA to determine if that is 1 building or 2 buildings, or if it's a consolidated building at a certain site. The Beaman site is the most likely one, okay? This is similar to the process that many of you went through, the city went through, I should say, when we applied for, remember, East Gloucester and Beaman over 10 years ago, okay? That was a process to figure out where and what was the best solution. And that's part of the MSBA process, to figure out what the best solution is with the city, okay? And that's what we have now. So we're not applying, we are applying for both, statements of interest for both, okay? We would say the Beaman is our priority project. It's older, it has available land, but we also have to say we're interested in consolidation. But that doesn't guarantee anything at all, okay? Just expresses to them the plan we have or the interest we have, okay? But that wouldn't be complete. What we'd actually do wouldn't be complete until after phase 3, okay? So 3+ years from now. And at that point, MSBA has another vote about whether we continue, okay? And then they have another vote after phase 4, okay? These are all times they can say, sorry, you're done, or delay, you need to do more work, okay? At that point, though, then is the big question in the community after phase 5. So that I don't have, we're looking like we're in November of 2030, okay? Whether or not the city wants to or can finance the project, and that we, at that point, would have clarity on what is the actual project, okay? And then we continue, if the city can and has the ability to fund that, and if it goes to voters, the voters decide to do that at that point, then we move forward with the building project, okay? So let me pause there. And just want to say that if we do get invited, if we first have the authorization by you to submit a statement of interest, then we have to wait till December to see if we actually are getting in line, okay? But let me pause there, see if there's any questions from anyone just about what I've said so far.
Councilor Grow.
A couple of quick questions. One, does the option of consolidation make us more attractive? Because MSBA doesn't accept every application. They turn back about half of them that come forward. Does that, giving them options give us a better chance of moving forward in the process?
I think it does, and I'm inferring that. Let me explain why. They only have a certain amount of money, and for any given year in terms of their available funding. And so, if you're going for 2 projects or 1, or you're trying to eliminate 2 substandard buildings, we think that's an advantage. We don't know that for sure, but it would seem to align with what they're trying to do, which is, they prefer to fund, building of 1 building instead of 2, and they prefer to get 2, substandard buildings out of commission and replace it with 1. So, but that's
Second question is, do you recall roughly how much MSBA is reimbursing communities for?
Yes, so it varies quite a bit, but for example, I think I have this right. They reimbursed 37 million sorry, 36 million for East Veterans, and the city is providing over time 32 million. Okay, so that's over 50% in that case, but it does vary quite a bit depending on project, depending on the community. I think I have that right.
First, I just want to say, Dan, you do an amazing job at Plum Cove. Thank you for your hard work and what you do there. So I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
With the school ages, how do we compare to others cities that will be applying where Beaman is the oldest, over 70, and then Plum over 55, like 50? Like, how do we compare to the other cities? And is that the main thing that they look for into doing this project?
I don't know myself. I mean, I've actually been involved in a number of communities that have rebuilt their buildings, so they're newer now, So, and I think Brookline, Cambridge, also Fall River too. I don't know in general, but it's pretty typical to be redoing these at this time, and partly depends on the construction of the time, I mean, the high school is in quite good shape in a lot of ways. We do have some leaks in some places we can't really solve, okay? I'm not saying it's perfect, okay? But the construction has weathered quite well. So partly it's about when things were built as well. So but I don't know the times of things. I do know that every year we can't do this, they're a year older.
Right. Okay.
Councilor Page.
At Budget and Finance, you made a statement that there'll be no swing space required for this construction. Can you elaborate on what the plan is in order to keep children in one building, both buildings, or?
So if eventually the city and the MSBA decided that the project to do that made the most sense was a combination of Plum Cove and Beaman, and that's a big if still. I know the newspapers say we're merging, but we're far from that, okay? But if they said that was, and they said on the Beaman property, then both school communities stay in their buildings while a new building would be built on the Beaman property. Okay, so they're operational the full time. So ultimately, what happens is, if you time this well, is this is what happened with East Gloucester and Veterans was, in this case, the building is finished sometime in June or maybe July. They finished their school year in Beaman and Plum Cove in that June, and then in end of August they move into the building. So there's no time in a separate space. They remain in their school buildings until the new building is finished. That make sense?
So I think what you're saying is on the property of Beaman currently, there'll be a third building built, and I would have to assume that Beaman will be demolished after that, the original?
Right, exactly right. Yeah. So and then the beam is demolished, and you typically almost always return to playing fields. Playing fields, open space, that sort of thing. That's also part of the design process as well. That would be determined. Yeah, exactly right.
So phase 4 schematic design, is there a cost that comes with schematic design?
Yes, there is, but I'm not sure. I'm sorry, but I'm actually not
I
remembering
know,
what it'd
you
be.
answered that. That was
Yep,
good. So looking at these timelines and looking at our consent decree, we have to have today 206 million. Whenever the bids go out, it's going to be north of that on March 31st, 2028 is when we're supposed to be fully operational by court order. So I just want everyone to be aware that that is also on horizon that will possibly impact the schedule. That's just my only point there.
Yeah.
There's no question on whether or not these projects are deserving. Absolutely no question whatsoever. I just want the public to be aware that we have, another court mandated competing interest for our funding. So and last time the city council approved the funding before the referendum. And I don't know if that would happen this time. So all those things just need to be calculated into the schedules. But there's nothing, this project, there's nothing on the merits of this project are, absolutely, if we could do it tomorrow, let's redo these schools. But I just want everyone to be aware that these issues are.
And Councilor Gross, you bring up some those are very important considerations. That just as there are so many important considerations, and we all wish on any important project, not only just the schools, that we can know all that ahead of time. As you know, we just can't figure it out until we get into the process. And so that's what we're hoping to do is at least apply to then get into the process. Yeah, thank you.
Might also like to recognize school committee member Melissa Tiscara has joined us. So anyone else? Oh, yes, and we have the building inspector has also joined us. Oh, and Natasha Daly, as secretary, is also with us.
Hello.
So, does anyone have no other questions?
I'm
Oh,
Thank
Councilor
you.
Benson.
I have a couple questions. Since I just want to go back on the slide, like looking at the slides, obviously, I wasn't around in 2014. But what made us go to the option, if you could just refresh my memory and just quickly why we went to reducing our total elementary schools from 5 to the goal of going to 3? What is, like, if you could just, like, in a sentence or two, just tell me why.
I'm going to invite Chair Kathy Clancy. up
Okay,
here.
yeah, okay. Chair
She-
can, yeah, I know she could even tell me later on, but
So,
appreciate it.
and
If you just
I think
remind me.
Joel, who's here, was part of some of these discussions as well.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of criticism that there was not long-term planning for our schools or for buildings in general in Gloucester.
Mhm.
And so when West Parish went forward, it was very clear that West Parish had a large school community. So that school was going to be its own, its own school. And then we ended up with 4 schools. So, I think the overwhelming thing is that it's much, you get more kids. First of all, the MSBA does kind of, at the time, they talked a lot about consolidating schools, that they didn't want small schools, that the economies of scale of building a bigger school that serves more kids was economically the way they were going. We had been to buildings that had 6 stories. Here little kids are reading, in different spaces, and a big building is not a disaster for kids to learn. In fact, that happens all the time. So the thought was to consolidate both economically, but also from a time frame, right? If we waited to build 5 schools, we'd be talking 2035, 2045 before we were done. And none of our schools would have lasted that long. So educationally, we talked about what the benefits were of providing, more colleagues to work together, having shared spaces of like a large gym versus small gyms, music rooms that could serve more kids and being right sized. So it was really, twofold. One, the time frame. Second, economically, it made the most sense. And educationally, we find it advantageous as well. Okay.
And I have another question. So if you could just, Superintendent, remind me the timeline here, we'd be looking if we vote yes and this goes forward, we're looking at a timeline of completion 2034 or beyond. Is that kind of where it would be?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's our, if you add up the timeframes there, we've counted for a little slippage there, but not much. I think the best case is probably 7 years.
Okay.
And that's 8 years. And it could be longer than that, but that's what we sort of tried to hit, like a reasonable target there.
Okay.
Yeah, for 2034, right?
2034. Okay. And hearing from both the principals, and to add to that question is what in the interim can we do to make these the best possible spaces? Because I mean, some of the things in these buildings are not adequate to learning. It's kind of a disgrace, to be frank with you. And not to say, it's not to say anyone here, but I'm just saying, what can we do in term between, if we vote yes on this and go forward, what can we do to make these spaces adequate for 9 years? Because a lot of the students that are in these schools now will never see these changes. So what can we do to help those kids in the interim?
I can just say too that the DPW and Superintendent Lummis, they've worked well together. In my tenure at Plum Cove, the building has been painted. The modulars have been refurbished in the exteriors. The floors have been replaced. And then I find the DPW to be very responsive on all the little things that are day-to-day type of things. And so up to painting classrooms and things like that. I think, just moving forward in terms of Plum Cove, it's really about continuing just to look at space and what, if any, options we have to create learning spaces for our kids. But that's a challenging question.
And I just build on what Dan said there, which is, I understand, not since I've been here, but at some point there's, in the history of Gloucester, some real concern about upkeep of buildings. That isn't the case anymore in terms of, with the way the DPW works and support of the schools in the city. Ongoing maintenance is really one of the major answers to your question, Mr. Benson. And that is, and that's what DPW does now. And we identify things, they identify things, but there are many examples ongoing, that Dan just explained. The other piece that could be a consideration, and we've never really talked about this in depth, but is, does either building need additional temporary space? A modular of some sort. There are different modules you can get, so it could be for small group learning, one classroom that's a modular classroom that serves, that's broken up properly into small learning space. I'm just, that's a possibility because things are getting tighter and tighter. So, and that can be just something that's done, still costs money, obviously, but it's a potential in terms of getting it used and, but I wouldn't begin to know what the cost would be on that.
Yeah, hopefully that may be something, obviously that's not what's on the
Right.
agenda, but just looking forward if we can see some solutions for these two schools. And hopefully we can build, whether it's consolidated or not, we can build better schools in the future and hopefully those will last much longer. So
Thank you.
lessons learned. Thank you.
Yep. Sorry.
Want to continue? or
I'm
you-
done.
you're done?
I've covered all the bases.
Would like to point out that right now, tonight in this room, there's a quorum of the old school committee.
Wisdom.
That was there in 14. Yeah, I mean, ideally, small schools would be nice. But just today's world just doesn't allow us to do that anymore.
I will say this is that even with East Veterans is a smaller school than many, many communities have. I can't remember what the North Shore community is right now, looking at a 600, 800 person elementary school. So I know it's larger than we've had. I understand that. But really, in the grand scheme of things, even East Veterans is not considered a large school. Yeah.
Still be smaller than Fuller was.
Yeah.
So, all right. We ready? Does this need anything special or just a regular vote? Just a majority vote.
I'll go ahead and read the
You have to
motion.
read the motion, the whole thing.
Yeah, and there are actually two, as you know, for
Yeah.
each location, each site. So this is in reference, this is in reference to a memorandum from our superintendent of schools, and regarding consideration of Beaman and Plum Cove statements of interest to be submitted to the Massachusetts School Building Authority. And we require a majority vote. The Budget and Finance, on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Page, Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council resolve the following. Resolved, having convened in an open meeting on April 14th, that's today, prior to the Statement of Interest submission closing date, the City Council of Gloucester, Massachusetts, in accordance with its charter, bylaws, and ordinances, has voted to authorize the superintendent to submit to the Massachusetts School Building Authority the Statement of Interest form dated April 17th, 2026 for the Beaman Memorial Elementary Schools located at 138 Cherry Street, Gloucester, Massachusetts, which describes and explains the following deficiencies and the priority categories for which an application may be submitted to the Massachusetts School Building Authority in the future. MSBA priority number 5, due to their age, inefficiency, and unreliability, all of the building's major systems negatively impact students, staff, and the learning environment on a daily basis. The district is seeking to replace the obsolete systems and the school building to better provide a full range of programs consistent with state and approved local requirements. MSBA priority number 7, due to the age and condition of the building, the district is looking to replace or add to an obsolete building in order to provide for a full range of programs consistent with state and approved local requirements, and hereby further specifically acknowledges that by submitting the Statement of Interest form, Massachusetts School Building Authority in no way guarantees the acceptance or the approval of an application, the awarding of a grant, or any other funding commitment from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or commits the city of Gloucester to filing an application for funding with the Massachusetts School Building Authority. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. This is a roll call vote, is that correct? Majority vote.
Motion made by Councilor Memard, seconded by Councilor Page. I'm sorry for that interruption. I had to inform Councilor Majorito that he was going to have to take over for O&A. Councilor Nolan had to leave unexpectedly. Discussion. Councilor Grow.
Just want to say a couple of quick things. One, the point has been made that we need to get in line or we're out, we don't get anything. So this is the first step in that process. Almost always, or especially around budget time, we hear lots of talk about investing in our schools, investing in our teachers, investing in our programs, and complaints about results, whether they're valid or not. I always remind people that we should be spending the money that people spend on private school in public school, and I would challenge the results any day of the week. But this is just another indication that we need to invest in our schools constantly. It doesn't end. It's not over in 10 years or 50 years or 70 years. We are going to have competing issues, as Councilor Gross indicated, that are going to be very serious concerns. But that can't stop us from planning for the future and making the appropriate steps that we need to go. And I will certainly be supporting this as it goes through its process.
Thank you.
Council Benson.
Thank you. And I echo Councilor Groh's position, and I will be supporting this. And hopefully, as we move forward, we can talk about potentials of the buildings and what we talked about in modules possibly. And obviously, we're going to have those discussions, but that's not what we're voting on today. But I think it's important. This is an investment in the future. We are talking about the future of our community. When we're talking about education, we're talking about the future of our community. We're talking about the future of our country. And I think something that we should be reminded about, and I think about this a lot, is we put so much of our school budget is dependent on property taxes, which is insane. It's insane to me. And we need to be thinking about more money coming from the state and the federal government to fund education, because we see so much constraints on our community because of exactly funding education through property taxes. We need to be funding education through the state, and we should be urging the state to give us more money. And the state, honestly, should be paying completely for this. So I just want to say thank you for all your work on this, and continue looking forward and be supporting this project. Thank you.
I'd just like to follow up on Councilor Benson's comments, and it's important to acknowledge that this is an attempt to get in line to qualify for state funding for this educational investment. And it's it's for our educational systems, and it's from the state. So it's roughly a 50% match that what we're looking for qualifying to be eligible to receive. Likewise, in the secondary sewer treatment plant, we have plans in effect where we're seeking funding sources from other identified sources of revenue and grants that'll help the city of Gloucester make that investment in a clean environment and much needed secondary treatment plant that we're now under mandate. But they're separate funding sources, separate funding streams, and one doesn't negate the other. The city still has responsibilities and financial liabilities, but we're accessing two different funding streams for two discrete important projects.
More discussion on this topic. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, 9-0. Next motion?
That was the first motion, and that related to Beaman.
Oh, 8 in favor, sorry, 1 absent.
The second motion, on a motion by myself, Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Page. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council resolve the following, and this may sound familiar. Resolved, having convened in an open meeting on April 14th, 2026, prior to the Statement of Interest submission closing date, the City of Gloucester, Massachusetts, in accordance with its charter, bylaws, and ordinances, has voted to authorize the
City Council of Gloucester.
City Council of Gloucester, Massachusetts. Thank you, Grace. In accordance with its charter, bylaws, and ordinances, has voted to authorize the superintendent to submit to the Massachusetts School Building Authority the Statement of Interest form dated April 17th, 2026 for the Plum Cove Elementary Schools, 15 Hickory Street, Gloucester, Massachusetts, which describes and explains the following deficiencies and priority categories for which an application may be submitted to the Massachusetts School Building Authority in the future. MSBA priority number 5. Due to their age, inefficiency, and unreliability, all of the building's major systems negatively impact students, staff, and the learning environment on a daily basis. The district is seeking to replace the obsolete systems and the school building to better provide a full range of programs consistent with state and approved local requirements. SBA priority number 7. Due to the age and condition of the building, the district is looking to replace or add to an obsolete building in order to provide for a full range of programs consistent with state and approved local requirements, and hereby further specifically acknowledges that by submitting the statement of interest form, the Massachusetts School Building Authority in no way guarantees the acceptance or the approval of an application, the awarding of grant or any other funding commitment from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or commits the city of Gloucester to filing an application for funding with the Massachusetts School Building Authority, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Memard, seconded by Councilor Page. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, 8-0, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, city councilors. Appreciate your support and your leadership, and we'll do our very best to, we'll get in line, we'll apply to get in line on this later this week and do our very best to be approved by MSBA in the winter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
The April 6th, 2026 Ordinances and Administration Standing Committee Report.
Councilor Majota.
CC 2026-003, Gross Nolan, pursuant to City Charter, Section 2 through 7A, election of the city clerk, the term of April 2026 through April 2028.
I read the motion.
All right, I can read the whole, yeah. Recommendation on a motion by myself, seconded by Council Grace, that the Ordinance and Administration Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council pursue the City Charter, Section 2 through 7A, concerning the election of the city clerk, elect Grace E. Poirier as a city clerk for a term effective April 2026 to April 2028, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Majota, seconded by Councilor Grace. Discussion? Councilor Majota.
Just, Grace, you are full of knowledge. During the meetings or non-meetings, anytime we have questions or concerns, you are able to answer all our questions. You're always a true professional. So to me, this is a slam dunk. And just thank you for everything you do for us and the city of Gloucester.
Councilor Grow.
You're just killing it every day. You run a tight ship. I have no worries. If there's ever a question about anything, it's just ask Grace. And as long as you're in that seat, we're in good hands.
Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Grace, for wanting to continue with us.
Councilor Page.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Grace for her knowledge and her patience in the office when I come in. Thank you.
This is not just about keeping us in line. The amount of things that go through well, not really. I mean, just think about election integrity. I mean, we have full confidence of our election integrity in this city with Grace at the helm. She does keep us in line, but also there is so much business that goes through that office, and that office handles it. If that staff is just so professional, and under your leadership, they've really blossomed. So I would just like to extend my gratitude and thanks for taking this post and making our lives better. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, 8-0, 1 absent. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
April 8th, 2026 Planning and Development Standing Committee Report.
Councilor Grow.
Great. We have one item that we have to vote on. It's poll petition by National Grid to install underground facilities on Atlantic Road. I'm going to read the recommendation because it incorporates all the other stuff there. On a motion, Councilor Grow, seconded by Councilor Benson, Planning and Development Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council permit Massachusetts Electric Company, DBA, National Grid, and Verizon New England Incorporated to locate poles, wires, and fixtures, including the necessary sustaining and protecting fixtures along and across the public way, install underground facilities on Atlantic Road beginning at a point approximately 220 feet northeast of the center line of the intersection of Farrington Avenue and Grapevine Road, and continuing approximately 200 feet in the southwest direction. National Grid to install 2 to 3 inch conduits from manhole 369 to manhole 368. Also for permission to lay and maintain underground underground laterals, cables, and wires in the above or intersecting public ways for the purpose of making connections with such poles and buildings as each of the said petitioners may desire for distribution purposes in Gloucester, Massachusetts, as shown on a plan included in the application dated February 19, 2026, with the following conditions. One, notification to the Department of Public Works 72 hours in advance of the proposed work. The construction schedule will be prepared by the applicant for review and acceptance by the DPW. Two, proposed excavation may only occur during accepted road opening and construction season, 15th of March through 15th of November. Three, in the absence of a detailed construction plan, the DPW requests all proposed conduits and appurtenances shall be placed so as to cause minimum conflict with existing underground utility services. Four, all excavations must be secured at all times. Five, all excavated trenches shall be patched flush with the surrounding asphalt using hot mix asphalt binder at the end of each workday to minimize pedestrian hazards. Asphalt shall be applied in 2 lifts of 2 inches, totaling 4 inches. 6, sidewalks must be restored with like material immediately after pole set. 7, all final paving shall be done in consultation with the Department of Public Works and an agreed upon final paving plan executed by the applicant. And 8, paving will be done to the center line or a contribution of similar cost to the DPW in lieu of paving. And I so move.
Motion made by Counselor Gross, seconded by Counselor Kimberly. Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Please bring your microphones to your mouth. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing 2026 number 11, SCP 2026 number 3, the application of Gloucester, Maine LLC to construct a mixed-use residential development, including 40 residential units and retail and/or restaurant space. GZO sections 1.8.3, standard to be applied, 1.10.1, jurisdiction of the City Council and Zoning Board of Appeals, subsection A, City Council. 3.2.2, dimensional requirements for multifamily dwellings and their accessory uses other than signs, footnote A, minimum lot area per dwelling unit or minimum open space per dwelling unit. 2.3.1, residential uses, subsection 8, conversion to or new multifamily or apartment dwelling, 7 or more dwelling units. 3.1.6b, building heights in excess of 35 feet, and 5.7.5, special permit criteria, major project at Main Street number 150, map 8, lot 64 in the CB and CCD district.
I will open the public hearing and continue it to April 28th, 2026. Next order of business.
Public hearing 2025, number 52, RZ 2025, number 7, amend GZO section 6 definitions regarding flagpoles.
This is continued from March 10th, 2026 and continued to June 23rd, 2026. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing 2026, number 6, SCP 2026, number 2, the application of Seaside Legal Solutions, PC, on behalf of owner Brian Pollard and Mark Pollard, trustee, Sergeant Street, number 35, number 37, number 37R, map 28, lot 135, 136, and 137, GZO sections 1.8.3, standard to be applied, 2.3.17, conversion to or new multifamily or apartment dwelling, 4 to 6 dwelling units. 3.2.2 footnote A, minimum lot area per dwelling unit and minimum open space per dwelling unit. To convert the existing 2-family structure to a multifamily structure with 6 dwelling units in the R5 district.
I'll open the public hearing. Those speaking in favor?
Good evening. For the record, my name is Joel Favaza. I'm an attorney at Seaside Legal Solutions with an address of 123 Main Street. I'm going to share my screen here with you tonight and walk you through the application. Just by way of a little administrative housekeeping, since the original application was filed, the 3 lots have been consolidated into one single lot now known as 37 Sergeant Street, and the sole owner remains Brian Pollard. I think for the purposes of your motion, you have to keep it the way it was, but I just want to let you guys know we have made those steps. So the proposed work, we are looking to add to an existing two-family, trying to add 4 additional dwelling units, which would make this a 6-unit multifamily structure. The relief requested, this is the chart that was in the zoning board application. Tonight, as Madam Clerk stated, we need a special permit for use, and we also need special permits to reduce lot area per dwelling unit and open space per dwelling unit. The rest of the dimensional relief required has already been granted by the Zoning Board of Appeals. By way of background, this is a non-conforming two-family structure on a non-conforming lot. You can actually see from the city's GIS database, it was 3 separate lots at one point. They had already merged for zoning purposes, and then we recorded a perimeter deed to make them just one lot in all cases. We are a corner lot in the R5, which is the high density residential district. As I mentioned, we received all the necessary dimensional relief we could from the zoning board. The only dimensional relief left for you would be the reduction in lot area and open space per dwelling unit. And again, the use permit is from you also. This is a picture of the existing house, a little aerial shot of the house in the yard. And you can see it's kind of pinned in the southeast corner. And so I have the full set of plans. I will happily go back to any of these if you have any questions. I'll pause here and this kind of zoom in. So you can see, again, we're still oriented north. So bottom right is southeast. These are the existing structures there, has the hashed line around the border. The red footprint would show the expansion of the building. It's heading out towards Sargent Street and then to the north. And the reason it's in this L shape that kind of rides along the outside edges is to allow for the parking area that is in the center and northeast corner of the property. As I've mentioned at P&D, it's very rare that I get to come before this council asking for a multifamily special permit and saying that we have the required parking on site, which is very difficult to do typically in the downtown. Fortunately, the existing house being where it was in the lot allowed us to build off of that and continue to kind of use the perimeter for building and use the center for the large area you need for compliant parking. Again, at P&D, there was a question as to square footage. This shows the square footage of the units. They're all about 1,000 square feet. Unit 1 is the smallest. That's the first floor of the existing building. And Unit 2 actually has a little bonus area on the 3rd level of that building. So Unit 2 has an extra 300 square feet. The rest are all pretty comparable, around 1,000, just under 1,100 square feet. These are all of the exterior elevation plans that were in the application. Again, if anyone has questions at any point, we can go back. The existing floor plan of the existing building, the existing elevation plans of the existing building. This is the GIS map with satellite imagery superimposed. This again, it's just a picture of the existing house as it sits now. And we have a full set of 3D renderings that were also supplied as part of the application. I'll pause here. As you look here, was now the top left was kind of spun around. Our back is to the storage facility in this view. And what you see, what the left-hand side is essentially the existing building renovated and in the same place it is now. And then the right-hand side, a slightly shorter but larger section, is the addition. This is the 3D modeling drop down into the neighborhood. So again, in this view, you have Cleveland Street back left of us. You're looking kind of at an angle, and you can see the taller roof, which I call on the back right, is the existing house once renovated, and the portions of the building closer to the road are the new addition. This is again the 3D image superimposed. This would be with essentially the old Linsky's to your back. And now you're down on the street, again, very similar to that first shot. Cleveland is off to your shoulder to your left, and you're looking toward the end of Sargent Street. As we discussed at P&D, this is not a major project. We are well under the 21-bedroom threshold, and we found no evidence that any other multifamily projects have been permitted in the last few years that would trigger this. And we intend to restrict one of the units. We were asked at P&D to see if we had to pick one. If we had to pick one, we'd apply it to a 2-bedroom unit. We have the most of those, and GZO requires them to be comparable. You also find there's a good break in the affordability matrix when you go at the 2 level versus the 3. If you look at what it costs for an affordable unit to rent at 3 bedrooms, it gets kind of high, right? So if we need to lock one down, we'd say it would be a 2-bedroom unit. And then we have to have a nice legal discussion about the standards to be applied by the city council. At the end of the day, you need to make a finding for the use permit that the proposed use of 6 units is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance and will not adversely affect the zoning district, neighborhood, or the city to outweigh the benefits. And you have a 7-factor test that I'll go through. First one is the social, economic, or community needs. So again, we are creating 4 new residential units. As I'm sure this council is well aware, we are drastically short of the housing creation goals. In 2017, we were told to create about 630 housing units by 2022. And including Halyard, which is 220 on its own, we did less than half of that. So without Halyard, we did about 80 of the 630 we were told to build by 2022 or face a housing crisis. And now I think we are in that housing crisis we were told about. And one of the units will be restricted affordable, so that adds another one to the roster here in town. Traffic flow and safety, I submit there's no negative impact. We are at the end of a dead-end street. We are next to a former junkyard and a current storage facility. And we have, like I said, beginning compliant on-site parking. And I think it's important to also look at this area of parking because although we have 6 spaces as far as the zoning ordinance will recognize them, which includes, drive aisle width in between, et cetera. The reality is if there was a snow emergency or someone's having, a anniversary party, there's room for another 6 cars or so. You could probably get, 12 cars packed in there. At that point, you're blocking each other in. But again, you're not competing for space down at Burnham's and during a snow emergency. If you need to pull people off the street, and, in excess of 6, you can do that. But as far as the GZO is concerned, we're showing 6 compliant spaces. You'll also note that it has sufficient turnaround area and snow storage areas planned so that the entire lot can be plowed on site and the snow can be retained on site. The existing utilities and other public services are more than adequate. We are in the downtown. We have pretty robust utilities throughout. We also are close to the MBTA, the highway, schools, and downtown businesses. And I will mention that a sprinkler system has to be installed, not just in the 4 new units, but in the renovated 2 existing units. So all 6 units will be fully sprinkled when this is complete. As for neighborhood character and social structure, again, we are in the high density residential district that calls for multifamily housing where appropriate. And when the neighborhood itself contains many multifamily properties, some up to 70 units. This is a nice little aerial shot. So you'll notice on the right-hand side, the starred property is our property. And I went and pulled all the 3 families, and there's 1 4-family on the very small lot in the immediate area on Millet Street, Summit, that area, right? A bunch of 3s on even smaller lots than we have. And then you go down Cleveland Street, you'll find a 6, you'll find a 4, you'll find an 8, you'll find a 16, a 32, 10. Actually, the 10 at the end, my client actually owns as well. And then we have a 60-unit building and a 70-unit building, again, within the neighborhood of this. So to ask for 6 units on this much space, I think is in keeping both with, again, take, any several of these 2 3s that are next to each other, and you have about 6 units and around the same amount of space. So I'd say we are in keeping with the neighborhood character with the density requested. I have just some photos of the area. Again, this is where Sargent Street becomes private. The property is off to the right behind those bushes. This is directly across the street. As you can see, this house actually coincidentally is very similar in style as far as what it will look like from Sargent Street. The house that we're proposing, or the addition we're proposing, is slightly wider than this yellow house across the street. But again, just for neighborhood character, showing that there are several houses and in other buildings. Obviously, we have the former Gloucester Engineering Building, which is considerably longer, right up to the sidewalk. As you go down Cleveland Street, same thing, keeping with the neighborhood. You have many multifamilies. I think this one up here was the 6 unit that I talked about in the overhead, and that's again right up to the corner of Cleveland Street, and very similar to what we're proposing. I think this one's bigger, but otherwise still same concept. Again, a lot of houses with a lot of lateral length along the streets. Almost nothing around here comes close to meeting the setbacks. And again, we have the relief from the zoning board from the setback relief anyway. The last remaining factors are qualities of the natural environment. The lot's already improved the two-family structure. This will eliminate some existing lawn area, and it will cause for the removal of some of the scrub brush you see along the border. However, the site plan shows planting plans, at least 4 native trees, shrubs, etc. So this is not going to be devoid of green space. In terms of fiscal impact, this is what I like to call a win-win. So the impetus that started my client on this route was that the two-family that exists is fairly tired as a structure and needs some major renovation. And this, the result of being able to add on and get the revenue that'll come from the 6 makes this project make sense. The amount of money he has to invest in the original building, that while these crews are mobilized, to add the additional units allows him to do that. And then for the city of Gloucester, as has come up earlier tonight, the only way minus an override that you get around Prop 2.5 is with new growth tax revenue. And so the assessment will have 4 new units to tax that they do not have currently. And then the last standard is about vulnerability to flooding and flood damage. We are not in a FEMA flood zone, and all stormwater drainage is being managed on site. But wait, there's more. I have 2 more standards to be applied, and that is for the reduction in the open space per dwelling unit and the lot area per dwelling unit. And the finding you need to make there is that such lesser lot area or open space is in keeping with the neighborhood character and structural density. Again, as we talked about on the previous slide showing the neighborhood, this will be very much in line with the density that one expects in that area. Again, it will not be wall to wall. It'll have green space. It'll have parking. And, I think we'll match the standard there. They had some written support during the ZBA process. In this picture on the top right, the parcel in green is what we're talking about. We had a letter in support from the immediate abutter to the rear. And we also had a letter from a local housing advocate at the ZBA level. So again, this is the laundry list of relief we've already received. The last thing we need is down here in orange. It's the special permits for the change of use, the lot area, change of use and the reduction in lot area and open space per dwelling unit, which is, to be specific, a 1,284 square feet of relief request for lot area per dwelling unit and a 914 square foot request of relief for the open space per dwelling unit. And with that, I say thank you, and I end my presentation. I'm happy to take on any questions if you have any.
Questions come later.
That's great too.
Anyone else would like to speak in favor? Okay. Speaking in favor? She's
Ruth?
Good evening, everyone. It's 9 o'clock, but this was an important project to me, and so I showed up. My name is Ruth Pino, and I live at 82 Wheeler Street. I have no personal connection to this project, but I have known the owner for a long time and found him to be thoughtful and careful in his decisions as a landlord. This project and the request for relief is a perfect example of how to thoughtfully add to our much-needed stock of rental housing, and it will add a unit to the affordable housing stock. As you all know, I've been preaching about zoning reform for a long time, and this is a perfect example of how we can move forward to add units to our residential rental stock. Hopefully, this project will give other similar property owners the confidence to do something similar. Thank you, and please vote yes.
Thank you.
Linda?
Yes, hi. This is Linda Medwood of 3 Page Street in Gloucester.
And I'd just like to comment that if I can just make a comment, the gentleman showed a photo of the two houses across the street from the proposed building and said that that was what they were going to look at like. And I'm becoming increasingly upset by what is being construed as local type architecture, because those two houses are not. He showed a view of the street, a long view of the street. That is local housing style. And I'm just seeing this terrible thing where builders seem to be saying that they're going to create a facade that looks like Gloucester, but it doesn't. And there's little effort for it to look like Gloucester in most cases. Look at the houses on Grapevine Road right now, the condos that went up. It is unbelievable. It destroys a neighborhood. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. No one else has their hands up.
Audience?
In favor?
Russell Hobbs, 1166 Washington Street. I didn't even know this was happening, but I grew up in that neighborhood. And what was there before what he's going to do is pretty similar. There were there was 2 or 3 houses there, plus a store, Kairou's Market. I remember all that as a kid. And what he's doing to that property is good. The only concern I would have would be the junkyard. But I won't get into that. But I will someday. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak in favor? Anyone who'd like to speak in opposition? Fine. All right. Any communications?
No, I have not received any.
Okay, now questions from the counselors. Have any questions? Mr. Pavazek, Councilor Memard.
So just one question, it actually follows up on Mr. Hobbs' comment, just the proximity to the Linsky junkyard. I just concerned that due process be conducted for the protection of the neighborhood in terms of the construction here, because you don't know what's in the groundwater or what remnants have been left by so long abutting junkyard.
Okay. Is that, what's the question?
I'd like to make note that.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. Okay.
Anyone else having questions for Mr. Pavazek? Councilor Grace.
Can you just, where did we leave off with the retaining wall that Councilor Page was concerned about in the back?
I'm glad you asked. I went back out to the site and I also confirmed with the owner the slope that we saw at the site visit is on my client's property. So the edge of my client's property is basically where the land levels off and becomes Mr. Paoni's driveway. So there is no issue with my client converting that slope to a retaining wall as part of the construction of the parking area.
Councilor Grow.
Do we need to make that part of the condition of the permit, or are we counting on that to happen?
If you are concerned, you can condition it. I imagine it'll happen, but I don't want to. Without a condition, you can't make them do it, I suppose what I'd say. So if it's important to you to have a retaining wall instead of a slope, I would put it as a condition. I imagine he'll do it anyway, but I'm answering you honestly, you know.
Councilor Page.
Is that a great hardship?
I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Other questions? I'm going to close the public hearing then.
Thank you.
Would you like to read the ordinance?
More than anything. On a motion of Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Benson, Planning and Development Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that on the basis of the amended application dated March 6, 2026, and plans dated October 6, 2025, 6 plans for 35, 37, and 37R Sergeant Street, entitled Proposed Site Plan by Gateway Consultants, Inc., P.O. Box 6005, Gloucester, MA 01930, and architectural plans, pages A1 through A4 and EX 1 and 2, dated October 6, 2025, by Terramina Architects LLC, 105 Riverview Way, Gloucester, Mass. Submitted to the City Clerk on February 5th, 2026, incorporated herein. The City Council grant to Brian Pollard a special permit, Special Council Permit 2026-002, for the property located at Sergeant Street 37, Assessors Map 28, Lot 135, 136, and 137, located in the R5 zoning district pursuant to the Gloucester zoning ordinance, section 2.3.17, with a conversion to a 6-unit multifamily dwelling, and section 3.2.2 footnote A, dimensional requirements for multifamily dwellings and their accessory uses other than signs, for a reduction in the required lot area and open space per dwelling unit as follows. Dimensional requirements for multifamily dwellings. Joel, I'm going to read these and we're going to make sure that they're correct because they were incorrect last time. The minimum lot area per dwelling unit per unit in square feet, the required dimension is 2,500. Excuse me? Oh. Existing dimension is 1,216 with a proposed dimension of 1,284. Granted relief of 1,284 square feet per dwelling unit.
Counselor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that was not correct.
That is not right. Okay. I thought I looked at your slide. So you want to correct me?
Sure. So if we're talking lot area per dwelling unit, then the existing, there's only 2 dwelling units there. The existing is 3,649 square feet per dwelling unit currently, and it is reducing down to 1,216 square feet. A relief requested of 1,284 square feet.
So we are giving relief. The existing dimension is 3,649 per unit based on the 2. We are going to go down to 1,216 per unit.
Yes.
For a total reduction and relief of 1,284 per square foot per unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what I read actually, but that's okay. Proposed dimension of 1,284 would be the granted relief of 1,216.
So again, we are proposing 1,216. We need 1,284 in relief.
Granted 1,284 relief. That's what I read. Okay, good. We're on there. We're in the right category. And in the minimum open space per dwelling unit, required 1,250 per unit. There's no existing. This is not applied and existing. Proposed is 336 per unit, granting relief of 914 per unit. Good, thank you. Special permit is conditioned on Brian Pollard, its successors, and assigned complies with GZO Section 511, the inclusionary housing requirements by providing either at least 1 unit as an affordable housing unit for low-income households, affordable to household making 80% of the average median income, AMI, or 1 unit for very low-income households, affordable to households with 60% of the AMI. The units, whether rent, lease, or purchase, shall remain subject to the affordable requirements in perpetuity. The committee finds that the conditions of GZO Section 1.8.3 have been met, and I so move.
Second.
Yeah. Why don't you tell them?
You just need to say without objection, you made a friendly amendment to the committee recommendation to adjust the dimensions.
Yeah, what
So-
she just said. We good? Friendly amendment to correct the record?
It doesn't require a vote. Yep.
We had it mixed up at the P&D and we thought it was going to be changed.
Is this the point where we need to add about the retaining wall?
This is where you would make an amendment, correct? You want to do that?
Certainly, I'd like to make an amendment that we put into the record that the retaining wall is a necessary requirement.
I'll second
I
that.
don't know, was the main motion seconded?
No, I don't think it was.
No, it
actually.
wasn't. So,
Is it-
no, did, this one? No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Main
So
motion.
it's so moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion made by Counselor Gross, seconded by Counselor Kimberly. Okay, now on the amendment. Now the amendment.
I'd like to make an amendment to put into the record to add that the retaining wall is a necessary requirement for this project.
Move.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Grace, seconded by Counselor Page on the amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? We need a roll call vote on the amendment? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Ayes have it, 8-0, 1 absent. Back to the main motion.
That language was, quote, "The retaining wall is a necessary requirement for this project."
You want to wordsmith it some more? You want to offer some language there?
Yes, through the chair, I would suggest that a condition be along the lines of the applicant shall construct a retaining wall along the eastern property line for the length of the parking area.
I agree.
So can we move to change that language?
An amendment to the amendment by striking the original amendment, inserting the language that Attorney Favazza just
Okay.
stated.
I would go along with it. So moved. A second.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Grow on the amendment to the amendment and seconded by Counselor Page. Vote on the amendment to the amendment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, 8-0, 1 absent. Do we need to go back to the amendment now?
No, you're back to the main
Now
motion
the
as
main
amended.
motion. All right. Main motion as amended. Yes, discussion. Counselor Grow.
Just very quickly, we did have a site visit. A number of counselors were there to view the lot, view the neighborhood. It was found to be exactly as put forward by the applicant. It's a good project, I think. It's going to impact our housing units a little bit. And more importantly to me, it's going to add an affordable unit in perpetuity. And we've been doing that almost pretty regularly on our special council permits. So I'm very happy about that and support this project.
Counselor Page.
Yes, this is a good project for the community, and I think it's well suited for the neighborhood. The proponent is a well-known landlord in this town. His projects are well done, and I expect this to follow through with his continued reputation. So I'm pleased that he's taken this on.
Anyone else? Counselor Benson.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing this forward and for the constant support on this. But anyway, I will be supporting this project. I believe that this does add value to the neighborhood. It keeps with the character of the neighborhood. It adds units that we need to our community. I'd like to see 60% AMI, but anyway. And just as we've talked about this, I'd like to just make sure that there's communication with the direct abutter on some sort of, whether it's vegetation that goes there, whatever it may be. And I know that that will be done, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
More discussion. Counselor Grace.
Thank you. Just to piggyback on what Councilor Memard said too, I encourage Mr. Pollard to pay close attention to the upcoming discussions about 40 Sargent Street in regard to the old Lidskis and potential development that will be happening there, just in the interest of his tenants.
Yep. Else? Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Page,
Aye.
Counselor Benson,
Aye.
Counselor Grace,
Aye.
Counselor Gross,
Aye.
Counselor Grow,
Aye.
Counselor Kimberly,
Aye.
Counselor Majota,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard.
Aye.
Vote is 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 absent. The motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Good night, Joel.
Thank you. Okay. Do you need a recess? Okay. 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Don't get lost. Okay, we're back. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing 2025, number 50, Council Order 2025, number 41, Worthley. Amend GCO Chapter 5, Buildings and Building Regulations by adding a new Article 6, demolition delay.
We'll open the public hearing. Speaking in favor?
Yes. Council President Gross, and through you, members, all the members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Jeff Worthley, and I live at 4 Hawthorne Road, right here in Gloucester. I've had the honor of working with most of you on various initiatives over the decades in my 8 years of public service on the City Council. I have great respect for how hard each of you works for the benefit of our community. What is before you tonight is the result of over a year of work since I submitted a council order in March of 2025. This proposed addition to the Gloucester Code of Ordinances has been thoroughly reviewed and vetted and has earned the endorsement of the Gloucester Historical Commission and has been approved by a careful review by the city's legal department, as well as our building inspector. I know that Councilor Gross submitted many revisions that have improved this ordinance, and I'm very grateful for the time and energy invested into getting this ordinance right. Many, many people have collaborated and been consulted to perfect this ordinance, and there are contributions from people who are no longer with us, but whose advocacy still resonates for preserving our most precious buildings. This ordinance is a tool to give our community the time to seek alternatives to destroying our heritage. That tool is limited to only a small fraction of Gloucester's buildings and is further limited to those buildings that someone intends to demolish in its entirety. By voting yes to this proposed ordinance tonight, members of the Gloucester City Council have an opportunity to make history by preserving our history. The bulk of tonight's presentation will be provided to you and to the public by the City of Gloucester's Historical Commission Chairwoman, a woman whose knowledge and capability we are very lucky to have. I'd like to introduce you to one of our outstanding volunteers, Susan Moriel.
Thank you, Jeff. For the record, my name is Susan Morial. I live at 7 Radcliffe Street in Ward 1. Thank you, Council President Gross and all the city councilors for the opportunity to present this evening and for the untold hours you give of yourselves to this community. I also want to acknowledge our sponsor, Jeff Worthley, and the Historical Commission for their hard work on this ordinance. And I want to thank the audience for coming out tonight and attending through Zoom. Sorry. Forgive me. Like many, I fell in love with Gloucester 25 years ago, and I'm thrilled to call it home. I volunteered for Generous Gardeners, since 2017, becoming an advisory board member 3 years ago. I presented a presentation on Gloucester's early tourism and summer hotels, presenting to over 700 people in 9 venues, and served on the Historical Commission for 9 years, becoming chair last July. Our 3-year plan includes 18 projects. We are a very busy commission, the most public of which is our annual Preservation Awards and Historic House Plaque program. But given that our mission is to preserve and protect Gloucester's historic resources, we have not worked longer or harder on a project than the ordinance in front of you tonight to cause the delay of demolishing our historic buildings. Tonight, I'll be addressing the criteria on which the proposed ordinance is based, how demolition of our oldest houses has not led to multifamily or affordable housing in Gloucester and review how the ordinance works, in addition to providing examples of alternatives to demolition. Gloucester has an astounding inventory of historic houses, some of the oldest in the country. 15 built in the 1600s, 141 in the 1700s, and almost 1,000 in the 1800s. And yet, one a year is torn down without a review process or notification to the public. Building department records indicate, on average, there are 14 house demolitions in Gloucester per year, with one of them built 1899 or earlier. It's these oldest of our buildings that are the focus of this ordinance, which does not apply to the majority of our housing stock. It also doesn't pertain to sheds, garages, partial teardowns, additions, repairs such as a new roof or windows, or updates like a new kitchen. It only pertains to the demolition of whole buildings. There are protections for only 82 buildings in the downtown historic district and 10 that have restrictions written into their deeds, including this building. Even Gloucester's 34 extraordinary listings on the National Register of Historic Places are not exempt from being torn down. Since at least the 1990s, several other historical commissions have stood before other city councils trying to establish an ordinance to pause the demolition of irreplaceable treasures in Gloucester, such as this one, that have no protection. We come to you today standing on the shoulders of those who went before, learning from over 30 years of advocacy to now present you with an improved, workable, practical ordinance. It's well known that Gloucester needs more housing. The biggest objection to demolition delay has been that it will hinder housing development. This could not be further from the truth. The fact is, based on building department records, demolition of historic houses in Gloucester has not led to additional multifamily or affordable housing. Looking at Gloucester's housing inventory, there are approximately 10,000 individual housing structures, of which about half are 100 years old or older. Inclusion criteria for prior ordinances was broadly based on these 5,500 buildings, which might have hindered housing development. 3 reasons why the current ordinance improves on prior versions are as follows. First, this ordinance includes only those buildings built 1899 or earlier, which is a little over 1,100 buildings of Gloucester's 10,000 housing structures. By narrowing the age criteria, reducing it by over 4,000 buildings, we significantly decreased the number of buildings under this ordinance to our oldest, therefore most vulnerable and valuable, historically speaking. Second, data shows that one building built 1899 or earlier is demolished in Gloucester every year. That means the likelihood of only one demolition delay review per year. This is 1/100% of Gloucester's housing structures. More importantly, one per year would not hinder housing development. Third, in the last 10 years, 10 significant historic houses were demolished. 1 built in the 1700s and 9 in the 1800s. Of those rebuilt, single-family buildings replaced single-family buildings, except for one that changed to a 2-family. Based on this, the past decade of demolition shows that when a historical building is replaced by a new one, it doesn't increase the housing inventory of the city. It simply erases our heritage. The average current assessed value of the replacement structures is $1.7 million with an average size of 2,700 square feet. I think we can all agree that this does not meet the definition of affordable housing. When they again are replaced in 50 or 100 years, the fishermen or sea captains who once lived there will long be forgotten, and our grandchildren will not know what was here. The most recent teardown, just last month, was the 1795 James Sawyer Jr. house in Magnolia. A single-family house is planned for the property. Prudence Fish, Gloucester's preeminent expert on our historic buildings, pointed out that this particular house was an example of one of the earliest fishermen houses that dotted Cape Ann and the North Shore, all similar in style, the homes of farmers and fishermen like James Sawyer was. She states, and I quote, "Sadly, the fact remains that most of them are gone. Those that remain are very special and need protection." Next to be gone is the 1775 William Babson House, a former summer hotel and one of 3 historic Babson houses in a row that lined the Annisquam waterfront. The property had been in the same family since 1809, occupied by 7 generations until 2023. The new owners were issued a demolition permit last fall. It's important to keep in mind that an ordinance is designed to postpone demolition. It allows for a pause in the demolition process to consider alternatives or to document the building for posterity if it is demolished. The ultimate goal is to determine if the structure is a significant building and preferably preserved. Is it associated with architectural, cultural, political, economic, or the social history of Gloucester? If so, is it in the public interest for it to be preserved? The review process includes a recommendation by the Historical Commission with input from the public. The strength of the recommendation is the backing of the state-recognized database of historic assets, Massachusetts Cultural Resource Information System, better known as MACRIS. And we have among our members Gloucester's local history librarian, Julie Travers, who manages the outstanding new Sawyer Library History Center. Further, as a group, we are the most familiar with the criteria for what constitutes historically significant, and if needed, can consult Gloucester Archives, Cape Ann Museum, and local professional historians. The final decision is made by City Council with public input as to whether the demolition permit should be issued. The ordinance is based on a list of buildings built 1899 or earlier, according to the state database. The commission provides this list to the building department. When the building department receives an application for demolition for a building on the list, they notify the commission and the review process begins. The building department is not involved with determining historical significance. The process consists of an initial determination by the commission and up to 2 reviews, one by the commission and one by City Council. Every step includes the option for a vote not to preserve the structure and for the demolition permit to be issued. In the case of safety, such as fire damage, the building commissioner's authority takes precedence. Depending on the commission's initial determination, the process could take a few days to less than a month. If it goes to a City Council review, the maximum is about 2.5 months. In the meantime, the owner or contractor could still proceed with other permitting as needed, such as relief from zoning or conservation. Economic benefits of reusing historic buildings is a reduction in construction timelines, demolition waste, and material costs. Support of specialized trades, qualification for historic preservation tax credits, and enhancement of tourism. The delay period encourages the owner to consider alternatives to demolition, such as this example in Medford, where the historic house was incorporated into multifamily housing, or this one in Beverly, incorporating this iconic 1887 building into a 115-unit building with first-floor retail. These two historic houses were converted to duplexes,
30 seconds, Susan.
and this adaptive reuse of the Bulfinch house, moved there from Boston, is incorporated into 3 units. Even if the outcome is the building demolished, we have the opportunity to photograph the interior with permission from the owner. Nearly half of all Massachusetts community have a demolition delay, half of them 12 months or greater. Nearly every town on the North Shore has 12 months or greater. And why is 12 months important? Because experience in Massachusetts has shown that to be effective, the standard is 12 months. 17 are now at 18 months. The longer the pause, the more it encourages consideration of alternatives. Lastly, voting for a demolition ordinance aligns with the top priority of the comprehensive plan, which specifically recommends a demolition delay ordinance. Urban renewal is still occurring
Susan, I'm sorry.
in Gloucester.
Time's up. Yeah, I let you go for another minute.
I make a motion to
Thank you.
suspend the rules of procedure for this part so she can.
All right, one more minute.
Urban renewal is still occurring in Gloucester. It began in one fell swoop, wiping out much of our historic downtown in the 60s and 70s and has continued since then, building by building. In the last decade, demolition of historic structures has not contributed to additional housing or affordable housing. Establishment of the current demolition delay ordinance may pause the demolition of one historic building per year and result in protecting our oldest buildings, ensuring our architectural heritage, giving your constituents a voice in the process while not affecting housing development and production. You can be the city council who achieves this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak in favor? 3 minutes each. And we are going to be,
Hi, Ralph Pizzatoro,
Yeah.
17 Andrews Street. And I am, full disclosure, also the vice chair of the Historical Commission. And I'm clearly in favor of the demolition delay. And I'd like to speak a little bit further on Susan's comments about how this doesn't negatively impact affordable housing or housing in general. Beyond that, I'd like to say that it's not mutually exclusive. There's many towns, and we can be one of them, our cities, that both preserve our history as well as allow, I'm sorry, am I in the way here?
Keep going.
We're going to pause your time. Don't worry.
Nope, that's fine. Anyway, there are many cities and towns that preserve their history and their precious historic structures, and also provide for well thought out planned new construction. I'd like to point to the Lanesville community, specifically Lanes Cove, to illustrate that point. The Fish Shack was rebuilt about 12 years ago. It's now a precious building that is going to pass down to our children and grandchildren. On the other hand, on Dooley Street, the next street over, there was a building clearly built before 1900 that was in disrepair, Nothing special, no architectural significance, anything like that. It was torn down and it was replaced by a very lovely little house. So we can make the decision whether we should preserve or not. I think we're smart enough to make that decision between the City Council, the Historic Commission, and public comment. Thank you.
Good evening. It's Bob Whitmarsh, 2 Blueberry Lane. I lived in Gloucester my whole life. I'm very familiar with the neighborhoods of the city because my work brings me into the neighborhoods. I just want to say that this is a very well thought out plan for a ordinance for demolition delay, which is very much needed. So many other communities in the North Shore have it that don't have as many historic structures as we do. We're a very historic community, and it doesn't make sense if we didn't have this delayed ordinance. So I just wanted to point out to an example that I was acquainted with through the Massachusetts Historical Commission, who's very much in favor of these demolition delays. I believe it was Natick. Developer had owned a property, had a house on it, but it was located in such a way that he couldn't get 3 house lots out of it. So he was going to tear it down so he could then get his 3 house lots. So there was a delay. The delay allowed for enough time to come up with a variance so that they could make a deal where they could save the house and still build 2 more homes, make the 3 that he wanted. He restored the historic structure, and that one was a success because he received more money for that one, and it cost less to redo it than to build a new one. So actually, it was a win situation for that contractor developer. So that's the kind of success you can have. I do encourage you to support this. It's been a long time coming, and we need it. It's a tool that we need in our toolbox to become more effective to save the historic structures of this community. Thank you.
Good evening. Joel Favaza, 28 Middle Street. Speaking as a citizen, I'm in favor of this proposal. I want to state that my house was built in 1740, and it is kind of crazy that if tomorrow I wanted, I could knock the thing down. We are just stewards of this property. There have been families that have lived in that house long before us. There'll be hopefully families that live in it after us, and I admit that it's, seemingly misplaced that I'm in charge of whether that house stands or not without any sort of second look by the city. The only request I would suggest or make that you would amend the motion in the process. Respectfully, the Historical Commission is the correct commission to make the decision on this. I do not believe the City Council is equipped, nor frankly with everything else you deal with under your purview, has the time to be entertaining, even if it is 1 a year. I would strongly suggest, as is the case in many other communities in which I do permitting work as an attorney, that you trust the mayor to appoint qualified people to the Historical Commission. You only confirm the appointments of those you believe who will do a good job. And then you let the Historical Commission do their job and let them have the final vote on this. Do not have them make a recommendation and hold another set public hearing here in front of you. Let the Historical Commission do the job. Let them have the final say. Let them run the public hearing. You don't need to be involved beyond making sure there's good people on that commission going forward. But either way, I support this, and I think it's the right thing to do.
Rich Carlson, 7 Ratcliffe Street. Good evening, councilors through the chair. I know that we all share the same concerns on how to encourage housing production while still preserving Gloucester's unique character. And I think this is the ordinance that'll do this. This ordinance is narrowly tailored. It focuses on full demolitions and historically significant houses. It also includes clear exemptions for structures that are unsafe or damaged by flood, fire. In short, it's designed to protect heritage without obstructing development. Over the past decade, only 10 houses would have been subject to this. That's only 1 per year. Demolition of these historic assets haven't produced any multifamily or affordable housing. They've simply replaced their history with new million-dollar homes, and going forward, it's likely it's going to be 1 house a year again. This is not hardly a threat to housing growth. We protect the community through lots of different ways. Zoning protects us through the safety standards. You can't just do whatever you want to your property. We also protect our community environment through the Conservation Committee, which includes administration of private property projects. Owners' rights in some cases just are subservient to community welfare. When a backshore property owner removed trees and tried to build a patio on the ocean side of Atlantic Ave last year, you required the restoration to preserve the landscape and said no to construction. All that's thanks to a zoning overlay passed more than 10 years ago by a city council like you to protect important parts of our natural heritage. It's time for the city council to act again and protect Gloucester. This ordinance applies the same principles to our cultural heritage, giving the public a chance to comment before the history disappears altogether. Gloucester's historic architecture is part of what makes the city special. We are, after all, America's oldest seaport. And what makes much of that seaport special are the old buildings. I urge you to support the ordinance. It's a balanced approach that respects both our housing goals and our shared history. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maggie Debbie, 19 High Popples Road. I am a member of the commission, and I just want to say I support this idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Ann Sterling from 28 Englewood Road. I'm a member, of the Magnolia Historical Commission, and I'd like to speak in favor of the proposal. I think you said it yourselves best during the confirmation hearing for Kelly Dolan, noting twice that she had gotten quite a history lesson recently and noting a respect for our past. I urge you, therefore, to continue this respect. Thank you. By voting in favor of the proposed demolition delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Russell Hobbs, 1166 Washington Street, Lanesville. In the Gloucester Daily Times, December 27th, 1889, the oldest Lanesville fisherman, 84-year-old Eli Morgan, was interviewed about his life. He stated that prior to 1812, there were only 20 houses in Lanesville, from the Rockport line to Plum Cove Brook. I found 16 of those houses still standing today, 2 built in the late 1690s. Most houses in Ward 4-2 during the Lanesville granite industry boom predate 1899. My house included, built in 1857. As a carpenter, I worked on many old houses in Gloucester. One that I had the pleasure of working on was built in 1750 near Folly Cove, purchased by Walter and Polly Lane Woodbury in 1786, and is still standing today. Walter Woodbury, a Revolutionary War sailor, served on the privateer General Stark at the age of 14. During the War of 1812, this house was the headquarters of Lieutenant Colonel Appleton and his men to fight back against 2 British warships off of Folly Cove in 1814. Another Battle of Gloucester at a different time and place. Sometimes we never know just how historically important a house is and how many stories could be lost if that house is destroyed. That's why I 100% support this proposed demolition delay ordinance, so we have time to at least document its historic importance, or maybe even save it. As Joe Garland would say, it's another piece of Gloucester history.
Thank you.
Arthur Sharp, 28 Englewood Road. I would just like to say briefly that once these historic structures are gone, they're gone forever. And this just seems like a very reasonable start in an effort to preserve the history of Gloucester. So thank you for letting me speak. I support the ordinance.
Thank you. Right. Now, we got a lot of emails, but they were not sent to the clerk. So they're not considered into our communications. So when I ask about communications next, don't be surprised that there's only going to be one. Okay. Anyone want to speak in opposition? Thank you. All right. Oh, she's on her way up, so.
Jennifer Entwistle, 334 Washington Street. My husband and I bought our house when I was 24 years old. We lived less than paycheck to paycheck. We bought our house with an 80-20 loan, something you can't even do anymore. We worked 80 hours a week, both of us, for over a month just to get enough money to put the down payment, the good faith money, to buy our house. That was 20 years ago. And now that I'm at the point where we own 2/3 of our house and are finally having a more comfortable life, I'm listening to people tell me what I can and cannot do with my own property that I struggled to buy. My house is from 1890. I live in a hopper house. Very proudly have a Gloucester painting of our house hanging in our living room. And we love our home and probably will die in that house. I don't really like change. But the fact that somebody can sit here and tell me what I can and cannot do with my own property that I struggled very hard to pay for is frankly mind-blowing. I don't believe the public was given enough notice to know this was even happening. I don't know how accurate I really feel that 1,100 number of homes are. My direct neighbor would also be subject to it, my neighbor across the street, and 2 other people I've just talked to within the past couple days. I found out about this like 3 days ago in a Facebook post. I don't believe the public has had enough time to hear that this was even happening. Just the chances that I would ever tear my house down are pretty rare, but the fact that somebody can tell me that I can't do that and I have to sit there and wait 12 months so a developer would pass on my property, you're taking my property and devaluing it after I've done all this work to pay it off. Just doesn't sit right with me. I'm probably going to live in that house for the rest of my life, but I should be able to do, short of getting my building approved, I should be able to do whatever I want with that house. It's my house. I worked very hard to pay it off. I just don't believe that the public knows that this is even happening. And I don't believe that these people should tell me what I can and cannot do with my own house. What happens in that 12-month period? Is somebody going to give me a grant to replace my lead paint and my lead pipes and my horsehair plaster? What happens in that time period? If it makes more sense to tear my house down, I should fully have that right. It's my home.
Yep. Would you like to speak?
Christine Swanson, 118 Washington Street, and a recipient of one of the Historic Commission's awards last year. I sent an email, and the only reason I'm speaking is because I want my email to count. So if I didn't send it to the right place, I did have a response from a couple counselors.
You sent that to the counselors, but that does not get it on the record. It has to go to the city clerk.
Okay, so then I am speaking in support of the delay, and I echo Mr. Wortley's thought that the decision should probably sit with the Historic Commission. They have the most knowledge, the expertise, and the research to back up a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to speak in opposition? All right. Next is communications.
The council is in receipt of a joint communication from Sandra Williams, Kathy Clark, and Mary Williams in support of this.
Thank you. Questions, counselors to the applicant? Counselor Kimberly?
Does the ordinance disproportionately impact smaller property owners? So for example, if a building is deemed preferably preserved, the owner could face mortgage payments, property taxes, insurance, maintenance costs, without being able to move forward with redevelopment. While a larger developer could absorb a year-long delay. So I'm thinking about the smaller owner who often cannot.
Susan. I think Susan was the presenter.
Okay. She's asked if I could join
Yeah,
with
I
us.
would like. Is that okay?
Oh, I mean, this is the Historic Commission's.
Okay. So the question is about the size of the houses. The list, there's 1,100 on the list. And we don't know the size of them. We just know the year of build.
What I'm saying is a smaller owner. So for example, a 2 to 3 family. This woman in opposition is who I'm talking about.
Okay.
No, sorry.
Sorry. She's going to have to.
Well, actually, she wasn't up. So you can ask that question of her also, but you have to wait till they.
So someone who is not a developer is going to have to face mortgage payments, property taxes, insurance, maintenance costs, all without being able to move forward with redevelopment. So a large developer could absorb those, a year-long delay, but a smaller property owner cannot, oftentimes.
Council President, we didn't have the rebuttal period, which would have
No,
been
you
an
don't have-
opportunity to rebut the opposition's comments.
Oh, you're right.
And so that might be an opportunity to factor in this question with that rebuttal, since that was the only opposition, if that's fair.
Okay, you only have 3 minutes on rebuttal and,
I appreciate that. So first of all, I respect.
Who's doing the rebuttal?
yeah.
Well, I led the presentation introduction so that.
With,
we
with
can-
respect, you led the introduction. I'd rather hear from Susan, to be honest with you.
Right, she's suggested, she wanted me to answer this. So if the presenter wants the co-presenter to answer, I think it would be her
I'd
prerogative.
like the expert in the room to be answering the question.
I wrote the ordinance, so I'll be happy to speak.
Could I add something? Just quick question. So it's regarding this though. If the Historical Commission wants the authority to
Wait a
make,
minute,
sorry,
we're
make
going
the
back, no,
decision.
no, stop.
I'm
We're
saying
going
that
back to
she should answer
rebuttal.
the question.
We're going back to rebuttal,
That's
not
what
the question, rebuttals. We're going back to rebuttals. We missed a step, we're going back to rebuttal. So you're gonna have to hold the question.
If she wants it.
That's true, if she wants the.
That's my,
author-
that
yeah.
is my statement. That's why I was going with that.
That's true.
So, can I, want me to reword it or say it
Sure, go
again?
ahead.
So if the Historical Commission wants full authority on the decisions of the delay, I believe the rebuttal should come from the Historical Committee.
If that wasn't,
That is my, it can go either way. I'm just stating my opinion, and that's how I feel like the answer should be.
hold on, there's a question of process. The rebuttal is from the presenters to the opposition. The questions, the claims that were made by the opposition.
Rebuttal is by one member of the proponent,
Right.
one member.
And she's asked me to do it. So
Fine. Go ahead.
then the second question.
Go
though-
to rebuttal.
Right, simply on
Go-
rebuttal, not on where
Please-
the Historical Commission
Mr. Worth,
should be.
please do the rebuttal.
Thank you. So first of all, I have great respect for property owners' rights.
You have 3 minutes.
I'll be quick. And also Ms. Entwistle, she raises good questions, and I respect the questions that she raised. In terms of notification, I think the city clerk's office would be able to answer whether this was properly notified. This has been worked on and continued for a year, so it's had lots of public hearings and chances or notifications to come to this. I think it was properly advertised in the newspaper. Then the second question was, that was raised was there was a question about the number of units that this is really impacting, and that it may be a much larger number, where the Historical Commission is using the state standard of using MACRIS, Massachusetts Cultural Resource Information System. That is the one that is populated with the number of units, number of properties. So that is a reflection of an accurate number. And then the last question regarding the timeline, having to wait 12 months. As you see, and we saw just here tonight before this hearing, multiple processes can start at the same time. So if someone needs to go to the zoning board for relief, if they need to go to the council for relief, if they need to go to the Conservation Commission, they can start with a demolition permit. And if after the first 15 days, the Historical Commission deems that it is not worth even considering proposing a demolition delay, a demolition permit can be issued. If they determine that it should be, there'll be a public hearing where you can hear pros and cons, including, I can't afford to wait much longer, here's my hardship, and that is built into the process. Lastly, if it comes to the council, if they determine that it's perfectly preferred, the council can weigh whether that person is facing a hardship that you just assume maybe it is preferably preserved, but given the context, we don't want to preserve it. That's something the council can decide. But that clock can tick while the other things are ticking, which is zoning relief, Conservation Commission relief, city council relief. And 12 months goes by pretty fast. If you know you're already into your second quarter as city councilors, I'm guessing that in 2.5 months, 10 weeks, to be an answer from whether it's the council, historical commission, on whether it's worth preserving, considering all the things that you raise. I think that should at least address the questions. People can have different opinions on whether we should have the right to do this. I have great respect for how hard Ms. Entwistle and her husband worked to get their home and to continue owning, I think, 2/3 of it. I don't expect that you would demolish it in your lifetime. And if you were to do that, there'd be a process for the public to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a rebuttal?
My husband and I probably looked at 20 to 30 houses when we were looking for a home, and every single one we looked at in Gloucester was prior to 1890. And that was how I found out that City Hall burned down in 1890, and that anything prior to that was just listed as 1890 because they don't know the age of the home. Our home is one of those houses. But every single property we looked at in Gloucester was that, because that's what we could afford at the time, not a new house, an old house. And for the point I made, before I came here a couple of days ago, I Googled Historic House Demolition Ordinance, Gloucester, Mass. And the only thing that came up at all for any sort of public notice is something that was in the Gloucester Daily Times 2 days ago that is behind a paywall. It's not the Boston Globe. You can't even read one article if you don't subscribe to their paper. So that's the notice that people have.
And okay, rebuttals are over. Now we're into questions again. We're back to questions. General questions of the presenters. You can, opposition and proponents. You can ask questions.
I understand this ordinance requires the Historic Commission to create a list, first of these 1,120 odd houses. I'd like to know why that list wasn't created during this year. I'd also like to know why there wasn't more public outreach and acknowledgement to these minimal 1,120 odd houses. I agree with her testimony. There was not enough outreach. I was in receipt of probably 40 pieces of communication in favor. There was one house on Prospect Street that might have qualified as before 1900 that wasn't modified. The others were modified, and they were definitely in the minority. So why wasn't this list created, and why wasn't public outreach to these property owners conducted?
First of all, we only learned on March 16th at the O&A meeting that this hearing was going to be scheduled today. We have been scrambling, working tirelessly since then because the ordinance hasn't been passed, there is no point in contacting homeowners. And I remind you that this ordinance is so narrowly focused that we're talking about one house a year based on Gloucester's permit data, based on what has happened in the last decade. One per year is being torn down. That means one review per year. That means one homeowner that we listen to their story. Sometimes they don't know how historic their house is, or sometimes the house is just not notable. It's just simply old. And we're done.
So I think what I hear from Susan is that the time frame was very short.
Very short.
And that's again, to this woman's point, there wasn't enough time for outreach or even public awareness.
We did our.
I would
our
just like to note that it actually is a much longer period of time from when it was at O&A to now. This is actually 2 weeks beyond the normal time frame. So
Well, this has been going on for a year.
Right.
They created this ordinance, they've worked on it, it's been revised, it went to city council, Suzanne Egan, not our council, but city solicitor. So again, I felt that there should have been better outreach to these property owners to see what their positions were. Do they support this ordinance? That's very important to me because they're the ones that are affected. And of course, I understand properties change hands. I do have another question. The way the ordinance is worded, it says encourage to seek alternatives. I don't know what that process would consist of. I don't know who would have the authority to negotiate an alternative. And I'd like to know what alternatives would be the desired outcome.
Well, we did have the alternatives in our versions, many versions of this ordinance, and they were struck down. So
They were what? Excuse me?
they were struck down.
Oh, thank you.
They were edited out.
So there are no alternatives in the
Right.
current ordinance, right?
this is about demolition. This is not about alternatives.
This is about alternatives. The alternatives were listed clearly and
They were, but this ordinance is about demolition. It is not about people's choice of what they do with their home. And that would be what alternatives
It
are.
is about what the whole cause in demolishing a house is all about. It's about coming to the table together.
But if they do an alternative, there is no jurisdiction for a demolition.
It is in many.
That's the reason.
It is in many demolition
be.
delay ordinances.
It may be, but I think that that's incorrect myself, because if there's an alternative, that means that they are going another route and they are not doing demolition. Correct? And that's what this ordinance is about demolition, not about dictating how people alter their homes, because they can do that through a normal permitting process.
Tony,
You are
the ordinance actually says encourage to seek alternatives. It doesn't describe who has the authority to negotiate those alternatives. It doesn't say what the alternatives might be. I hear what Suzanne said, that there was.
And that is their purpose. I mean, as I read that, that would be their purpose, to give time for the homeowner to think of alternatives.
But who negotiates? Who has
No
the
one.
authority to negotiate that?
No one.
So the homeowner's just told you cannot demolish, and you must take this time to pensively think about what you're going to do?
As I read, yes.
I mean, that's a question. I don't.
I'd be happy to answer that if I may.
I would say yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you. If they don't demolish it, the choice of alternatives is infinite.
Right.
And they wouldn't negotiate, they would simply not apply or withdraw their application for a demolition. So if they incorporate the building, if they decide to add on to the building, if they decide to renovate the building, none of that becomes a jurisdiction of the Historical Commission or the City Council. it's already state law and local ordinances and building codes that say you can do this, you can't do that. So if they're not demolishing it, they have all the other alternatives available to them.
So they could significantly change the facade of that house
Absolutely.
to make it non-historic in character.
If it's allowed by building code, yes, absolutely.
Councilor Grow.
I think you're touching on something that I had a problem with early on in this process, which is that we're creating a delay during which we are hoping that the owner of the building will do something other than demolish the building. But there's no requirement, there's no incentive, there's nothing other than time and money being wasted at this point on their part. I mean, we would look at it differently, I think. We want to find, what is the purpose for the Historical Commission during that period of time? Because they can simply sit out the 12 months and demolish the building at the end of the day, doing nothing. So what is the Historical Commission trying to accomplish during that period of time? What's the 12 months do for you?
In concert with the Historical Commission, the delay is not simply for delay purposes. The delay is simply so that the owner of the property can know, and now they'll know going into it, if I'm going to demolish this, it's going to take this much more time. So the time and money equation comes into the factor. And they might say, well, I don't want to wait that long. The Historical Commission is not doing anything in that 12 months. It's the property owner who's going to say, I don't want to wait that long. But if they decide to wait that long, they can. And then to the point I think that you're making is, if at the very least they can photograph with permission the outside and inside of the property, that then becomes part of our archives and part of the record, that's a win. And that's the role the Historical Commission will play, unless there's a conversation about partial demolition. That becomes a whole other can of worms, and we'll deal with that as you deal with that.
Well, if I could ask Susan, since she's on the Historical Commission specifically, I guess the question I would have in that regard, though, is I think I would be hopeful that the Historical Commission would be using that time to research and putting together a historical record of the building. We can photograph every single one of these buildings tomorrow. I can give you a bid for
You
it.
can't photograph the inside.
You can only photograph the inside with consent of the owners in the
That's
first
right.
place. So it
And
doesn't.
That's the language in this ordinance.
But that's a question to ask them if they're willing to do it. But if my feeling is that if you're delaying me for a year and costing me the money and the time that's involved in that process, I'm probably not going to be all that, eager to satisfy your desire to photograph the inside of my house. So
Let me tell you an example of how this worked. On Atlantic Avenue, the two big, one was the Tudor and the other was the mansion that they now have made Oceana, the whole complex on the back shore.
Oh, right.
So the one big house on the corner was an inn and maybe a restaurant. And then the other, the Tudor, was a restaurant and an inn. There were weddings there up till the 00s. So D&M Construction came in, bought all that property, 171 to 175 or something, Atlantic Ave. And they, we didn't have a demolition delay ordinance, but the commission chair got wind of the project. And we worked with D&M. We said, did you know that those were two brothers that came from Worcester? They owned breweries, they did, all the history of the houses. They were gorgeous, gorgeous structures. And the builder was delighted to learn about the history, something he was just going to tear down and replace with a new modern building on the back shore. And what he did in response to being educated, because he paused the demolition, is that he rebuilt the house in the same likelihood, the same way, the same windows, the same architecture as the original. So I wouldn't say people are opposed people don't know what they have. And most of these houses are simply old, not notable. They're people's homes. We understand that. We're not out to save everything. We're out to tell the people. A lot of people, they don't do the research on the house. They don't know. And we can educate them and say, did you know so-and-so lived there? Did you know this? Did you know your walls had this? You know, that sort of thing. That's what the pause is about.
Questions and
Questions, yeah.
Councilor Majota.
One, I question, in O and A, whether it was, I think it was 2025, I did question the 12 months. I do feel that the 12 months is too long, regardless of what other communities are doing. And then I've also talked to other communities where there's been issues with the 12-month delay, and with the homeowner in a sense of who looked at historical houses. Like, you're not necessarily buying a historic house to tear it down. You're buying the historic house to be part of the history. Yes.
Question here.
Again, with the homeowner, it was like, who incurs the cost for the 12 months if the commission wants to not demolish it? Like, that is 12 months, if not a year, if not more, to accrue costs for whatever the cost is. And, you look at gas prices of 3 months ago, now it's up like $2. Like, in a year from now, who knows what's going to happen? And for the homeowner, I think it's just too expensive to do that. And why the 12-month and why not 9?
12-month because 12-month is effective statewide. In fact, 17 communities have expanded theirs to 18 months. And over a dozen have changed from 6 months to 12 months because it's easy for a builder or homeowner to just wait 6 months and tear it down. And there's no repercussions. It just, 6 months just is ineffective. So that's why the 12 months. Also, in many iterations that we had and we submitted, when we built in alternatives, the language was also built in there that if we agreed on an alternative, they said, oh, well, I didn't know my house was this old and if I can just put an addition on it, I'll be fine. I really just wanted a kitchen in or whatever. That language was built in, and that got struck because if a homeowner wouldn't have to wait a full 12 months. They could come back to us with a plan that said, we'll maintain this building and we'll add on here. We can do it in 3 months, then fine, you're good to go.
We're going to have to
yeah, that's
vote to extend the meeting.
already?
Yep.
Yeah, it's 10:30. Did everyone have their Wheaties this morning?
Motion to extend?
Extend to 11.
They are. I had 3 of them.
Excuse me, Counselor.
Sorry.
No, sit down, please, Bob. We're in the middle of doing some business here. We need a motion to continue the meeting to 11 o'clock. Is that your motion?
Yeah, so moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion to continue made by Counselor Grow, seconded by Counselor Page. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? At this point, this is questions to the proponents. So we're not, actually, Counselor Benson.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple questions and I'll let other counselors ask too. But to the Historic District Commission, why 1899? It's like the 18, if I correct, it's been a long night. I just want to remind me the actual dates that you're looking at. Why that specific time frame? Why not looking at 1700s? Why specifically 18? Remember if it's 1899, is that what we're looking at? Okay, sorry, we've been here long, so I apologize. So why 1899? Why not 1800? Why not 1750? I'm just thinking specifically, why not say post-revolutionary War?
because there are only 15, there are 15 magnificent houses here built in the 1700s. There are 141 in the 1600s, I'm sorry, 141 in the 1700s, and 970 in the 1800s. These are our oldest houses. They have such histories to them, some. Other ordinances and many of the towns around us, their cutoff is 50 years old or older. It includes thousands. Many more ordinances are written 100 years old and older for us, 1926 and beyond. We wanted this to be much more narrowly focused to our oldest, most vulnerable, most valuable historical houses. If we went into the 1920s, I have the data. We took 60 of them down in the last 10 years. We'd be having hearings all the time. We don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. We just want to try to save. Maybe one a year, maybe none a year, maybe two the next year. Just have a look. Just have a look. Just pause and consider what is coming down. Give the public notice. Give the neighbors notice. This 1795 Sawyer House, people were outraged. They are outraged in Magnolia about that. There was no notice, no sign, no nothing. So builders can come in here and really just take down anything after applying for a building permit. We don't find out. Neighbors don't find out. The only buildings protected here are 92. 10 that have preservation restrictions written into their deeds because the owners want to protect them for
I think the
posterity.
question was around the years.
I want to, yes,
It's around the
thank you,
years.
Council
Can we-
President. My
we need to-
question, if I may, just ask, just to reiterate, I'm told I'm not gonna, because we're not gonna go back and forth and give opinions, but I understand what you're saying, but I want to know why 1899, when I can understand 1800.
I think she
17.
answered the question.
Okay, but I just, because
1900 would have included a
Right.
lot more houses.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she answered the question.
Okay.
Councilor Page.
It looks like you have two categories here. One is significant buildings, which is your dated buildings, 1899 and before. But the other category is preferably preserved. And that seems to not have any real criteria. I looked at the Macris list. It was 130 pages long in Gloucester alone. I don't.
Preferably preserved is a term used in the state model for demolition delay, as is significant building. Those definitions came from from Massachusetts Historical Commission. They are used in almost every demolition delay bylaw or ordinance. Preferably preserved means any significant building which the city determines following a public hearing that it is in the public interest to be preserved rather than demolished. A preferably preserved building is subject to the yeah.
So the criteria is if a significant historical person lived in that house. If
Historical significance criteria are as follows. Architectural importance in terms of period, style, method of construction, or association with a recognized architect or builder. Association with important persons, industries, or events in local history. Represents architectural, cultural, economic, political, or social history of the city. is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, is listed as a national landmark. We have two of them, the Boatport and the Schooner Adventure, or as is listed in Macris. Those, yeah. And
So the Macris list is somewhat relevant here, which is 130 pages long. So your inclusion of what they call preferably preserved could raise this number significantly.
no, 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 no.
No?
No, I
You
don't.
just said the Macris
understand.
list.
No, sorry.
Yeah, I might be
No,
misunderstanding.
sorry.
We determined as a commission initially if the building has any of those criteria. And the
Significant
language in the ordinance is,
So basically, if I can, basically, a preferably preserved building first needs to meet the criteria of a significant building.
So it's 1899 and.
first it's significant, first it's got some historical significance, and then is it significant enough, notable enough, in good enough shape to want to preserve it?
In other
prefer
words, it's not a
preserved.
1930 house that some
Oh,
famous.
1930s is.
Right, okay. The date
Yes,
is
it's
significant in,
and.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hannah, you had your hand up.
It was listed before the significant building.
Hannah, you had your hand up for a while ago, didn't you?
Yeah, so, for example, the Hopper House over here,
Mhm.
Wasn't.
does that count?
Yeah, I would say the Hopper House would be important to the city. And that's why it comes before a public hearing. So we hear from the public. And then, in a case of hardship, we are not going to tell.
You answered her question. We're going to keep this moving along. So you answered her question. Yes, the Hopper House would.
Yes, the Hopper House.
Thank you. Councilor Grow.
I got a couple questions. One, I want a clarification. We're not talking about just houses. We're talking about any building in 1899 before. So commercial buildings, industrial buildings.
But there are no commercial buildings in Macris. And Macris is the standard that we use.
So there's no,
Churches, there.
right. So it could be anything but including
No.
houses and
We
buildings.
search on buildings,
Mhm.
and it comes up with 1,100.
Okay.
Actually,
That
on
means
today,
some of them are.
today it was 1,217.
No, it's 1,126. And of those, at least 100 of them are not going to come to review because they're churches or something else.
So what I really wanted to get to, we've got Rocco DeFilippis on the line. I would really like him to address the issue of the process by which this is determined. One, the informal sort of vote at the Historical Commission, then the process by which it goes through public hearings to the City Council. Rocco, can you talk about that and sort of the jurisdiction issues that might be at play here?
Certainly. Good evening, members of the council. Rocco DeFilippis, Assistant General Counsel for the city. The big view from 10,000 feet is that when the building commissioner reviews an application for a demolition permit and sees that the building in question has been built before the date, that would then get referred to the historical commission for a determination of whether or not that building is significant. So if you have a building that has no historical significance, the commission can inform the building commissioner to issue the demolition permit. If the commission does determine through that initial review of the proposal that this is a building with some historical significance, it will hold a public hearing, at which time it will analyze whether or not it's preferably preserved. And that's a public interest kind of analysis when you consider the historical characteristics of the property, the historical value that it presents, and then all other relevant circumstances to determine whether or not they're going to recommend to the city council that it be preferably preserved. And so at that point, if they determine that it's not in the public interest to preserve the building, they can inform the building commissioner and the demolition permit can issue. But if they make the recommendation that it is to be preserved, there would be a public hearing before the council, where again, the applicant would present their, the commission would present their recommendation. If an applicant were, could argue in opposition, they could present the reasons why they disagree with the recommendation. The council can consider the full record and make that public interest determination about whether or not it is preferred to be preserved. And once the council makes that recommendation, that is when the delay goes into effect for under this ordinance 12 months. During that 12-month period, no permits issue. When the period expires, the demolition permit may issue.
So the 12 months doesn't kick in until the city council makes its determination. Are there, I'm gonna steal your question, Hannah. Are there any appeals processes throughout any of this? And also, what happens if, I noticed there's a 5-day, a 15-day, a 5-day, a 15-day. What happens if that date is missed? Is that an automatic loss on the part of the process?
Right. If the historical commission does not satisfy the requirements of the ordinance, the timelines that are in place there, the building commissioner can issue the permit. And so that gives the incentive for the commission to process these applications under the time limits that are in the ordinance. In terms of an appeal process, what we have in this particular ordinance now is 3 different hearings at which it will be reviewed. But there is no appeal built into the ordinance itself. But it does give it meets the due process requirements to give notice and an opportunity to be heard. If the commission itself if there's a person that opposes the imposition of the delay, they can make their case to the commission. They can be heard at that public hearing. If the recommendation does go up to city council, they would have another opportunity to make their case about why their building should not be subject to the delay. And if the city council after that makes the recommendation that it be, makes the determination that it be preferably preserved, that applicant would have remedies at law to have that decision judicially reviewed. But the ordinance itself does not create any specific appeal process, which is fairly standard for all of the demolition delay ordinances that I have reviewed.
So there's a possibility that the historical commission would have to hold special meetings that they'd have to post and advertise in order to meet that 15-day deadline, right?
Yes.
And then also, what about notification? Obviously the applicant would be notified, but what about abutters? What about interested parties that would otherwise? I mean, we notice for zoning changes or for special council permits, there's a fairly broad range of people that are notified that there's going to be public hearing. So there's no notification or no notice built into this particular ordinance.
The ordinance that we revised and commented on does contain in subparagraph 7, I believe, a notification requirement. So the applicant is notified, abutting property owners are notified, and the public is notified through the posting of the time, place, and purpose of the hearing at least 7 days prior to its scheduling.
Thank you. I missed that. Last question on the process. Was it determined that having 2 public hearings was the most expedient way to resolve this?
The version that we revised and commented on leaves the final recommendation authority in the city council. Having the 2 hearings essentially weeds out those properties that are not going to be subject to the ordinance at the commission level and leaves only those properties that do have that significance, that the commission finds that significant so that the city council could review it. This ordinance does result in 2 public hearings.
I would just like, there's been discussion about why is it going to city council? And that's because Mass General Law, Section 8D, Historical Commissions Establishment powers and duties states in it, for the purpose of protecting and preserving such places, it may, meaning Historical Commission, make recommendations as it deems necessary for the city council or selectmen, and subject to the approval of the city council. So it is in Massachusetts state law, and I don't know what these other communities have done or why the state's model doesn't have that in it, because Massachusetts state law does. So that's the reason we are trying to be compliant here with Massachusetts state law. That was been discussed, and I thought I would try to clear that up. Another 50.
Well, but 12 minutes. Can I ask, in the interest of continuing on the question period?
If we are going to continue, I would like to, we're going to leave the public hearing open and continue it if we're not going to get the unanimous vote for the next one. I think there's been, and I don't know if, there's obviously more questions have been raised here than answered. And I think you say, you know, MCRIS, when I looked at it today, it had 13 pages of 100 properties in Gloucester from 1623 to 1899. And that was 13 pages, and the last page had 17, so it was 1,217 properties on MCRIS today. That's where I got my information from. It's very similar to yours, but that was, I think that list would be very important for us to have as at least a link in this ordinance. And I think that would answer a lot of questions for people, particularly about who would be affected by this. At least those properties would be known. They wouldn't just be an abstract MCRIS list. So I think for the benefit of the public, we may want to have that as a condition, but we can't vote on that after the fact of a public hearing without having that be publicized. So we're kind of chicken and egg here on that one. And I know that has been a question, you know, that these guys have had, and I know that there's other people who would also be very interested in having their knowing whether their house is or is not, and whether or not the home sale, the value of their home will be affected by this if they have to liquidate. You know, under any circumstances, we all have lived, you know, life is risky, and if they had to liquidate and it had to be held up by a potential buyer who would, you know, make their lives manageable for 12 months, I think that these people have a right to know that that we're going to take this action. So I'm not quite sure of how to proceed with this. We can continue with the public hearing. Do you have any?
And ask for more information.
We refer it back. I mean, you know, we've used a lot of energy and time and good people's time on this. And I would like to have all the questions answered that we can. Is the best process to refer it back?
I think if you're looking at like, kind of recrafting it a little bit or making any substantial modifications to that, I would send
Do we
it
have
back.
any questions tonight that we need answered by the Historical Commission? The information, I think that would be the best use of our remainder time tonight, is any questions that we would like answers to if we refer this back. And I'm sorry to do this, you know, at this late minute, but we may have to continue this public hearing and actually go back a little bit to the beginning.
Mr. President, may I ask a question relative to the process?
Ask a
here?
question, Councilor.
Counselor Grow go first.
So I'm just trying to digest what you're suggesting here in terms of publishing the list. Are we talking about running the makers list and publishing that, or making that a post online to available
Make
to
it,
people?
make it, if we could put it in here with a link.
What we can do.
That'd be,
It-
would
You
that be-
probably would want to have it on the Historical Commission, a link to that on the Historical
on the
Commission
Historical
page.
Commission page?
Yeah.
It's what?
Fluid.
Already
Well-
changes. You're talking about, yeah.
How can it be fluid? They're already built. Go ahead, Mr. Worthley.
Whatever the number is on it, there are at least 100 of them that wouldn't pertain. Like when you search on Macris, you search by the range of year.
Mhm.
It ends 1899. You search on structures or statues or whatever. So you search on buildings built
So if it-
1899 and prior, so it came up with this. But
We'll leave
that
it to you
includes
to tell
many
us.
buildings that won't be subject to a review ever.
Well, then we'll leave it to you to remove those buildings from the list. Because yeah, I think you've already said you have.
The ordinance requires this list
Right.
to be compiled. So whether you make it before the ordinance or after the ordinance,
Counselor Worthley, yes. Can we let Mr. Worthley please speak?
Yes.
Can you let Mr.
So,
Worthley?
first of all, very good question, Councilor Gross and other members of the council. We'd be happy to provide the current Macris list. And maybe if this ordinance does pass, maybe it's an annual update to that list if something were to be considered historic that isn't somehow already on that list. There's a process for that list to get updated. It needs to be submitted and processed through the state. But I think it makes sense to potentially continue this and have that provided to you and incorporate as part of the ordinance. It's not the Historical Commission's job to make the list. They have to just provide it to the building inspector. It exists, but let's make sure it's part of the record for the council. This has been to O&A a couple of times, and the last time it came out of O&A, first time it was recommended 3 in
And-
favor. The second time, as you know, just sent.
With no
here's-
record, because
They wanted to
the late hour additions that,
Mhm.
or rendition was, it
Understood.
was like, that's,
There.
and that got.
So my understanding was that they wanted the council to have the debate and the questions answered. So
Right.
here, so if you were to continue it for some period of time, I think you're saying that the people speaking in favor and against and rebuttal, that part's concluded. You're only going to pick up with questions by the council.
If we are.
I would like it to leave open.
Leave it open
Yeah, I think
completely.
so.
Just,
They may have, something might occur to us on the way home tonight.
start again, can we do that?
Nothing's been closed, so you
Right,
could,
so we
you
can
could
go back.
You would have the authority to
We could go
decide what
back
you want to entertain
to-
again.
I mean, I hate, I loathe to do this. This has been around and, we know how long, and all the work that's been done by everybody. But I think that is the best avenue to take.
This has been tried for 30 years. So if it's another 2 weeks or 4 weeks to reach a decision on this, I don't think anybody's going to be disappointed that it takes longer.
We're not going to take it up. The next meeting, we got a boatload of stuff.
Month,
So,
6
yeah,
weeks,
it
you
would have-
pick.
It would have
Your
to be it would have to
discretion.
be a month, but yeah, we'll let, but in the meantime, is there anything else that we want from the historic?
Is the
Commission?
makers list posted on the Historical Commission's website, on the city's website? And if not, can we get it done? No, the link. I think at this point.
It's an
people
IT
can-
question. You-
On the microphone, please.
you gotta be on.
Oh, a link to Macris, yes.
You need to go on the microphone. Susan, sorry.
I'm
It's not just
looking for,
Macris.
Vice
IT
Chair,
guy.
who is our IT person. Is the Macris link
I
on
would
our
doubt that.
website?
I would doubt that it's on there.
It's probably buried in there somewhere under resources, but not very apparent.
Bring it to the top. I would suggest putting
I
it
would-
up. for people.
We actually can't make changes to our website because we've been stopped from doing that. The boards and commissions We were told by IT, there's going to be review of all the web pages. And so
We'll ask.
But we can ask.
well,
If you give us what the link is,
Get you the list.
we can get it. Yeah.
Motion or just continue?
So we'll continue this to May 26th. I'm sorry.
You should,
I think that part of getting it right is going through this process the way you're doing it. So
Right.
we respect that. If councilors have questions they want to provide in
But,
advance, that'd be
and,
helpful.
and if you've already spoken, I would ask people not to speak again, except for the presenters.
I think you already closed that part, haven't you?
No, I was going to reopen it.
Okay,
I was going to reopen that,
so you're continuing,
continuing the whole thing.
okay.
Yep.
We'll
We-
get your
we have-
notification of
we
when the
have
meeting is.
stuff.
Oh, I do have one last process question.
Well, we got a couple more things.
I'll be
Really-
super fast. Do we have a mechanism for notifying the 1,100 so properties? I think Councilor Page
I don't think
raised a
we
good
do.
question.
I don't think we do, but if we have it,
It's $800 worth of postage.
I just don't know if I know the zoning code requires notification.
and
The code of ordinances doesn't, so I don't know. That's a city clerk's office question, I think.
You could offer to put a mailer in real estate tax bills.
they're already out.
Already out.
That's in July.
They'll come out again.
And
We'll be,
Max,
Time for the
and
next meeting.
I think that
Oh, I
if,
can wait.
and hopefully Bobby, you'll be able to help us out on getting something in the paper. Thank you.
And the MACRIS list is on the historical page, Historical Commission's page on the website, the city's website. It's a top link.
Chris is?
What's that?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have more business that we
He's done.
actually have to get done.
We just
Yeah.
make sure.
Council President, the council should take a vote to continue the hearing to the date and time certain.
Thank you.
Move to continue the public hearing until, what date?
May 26th.
May 26th.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed? Ayes have it. You say no?
No.
You said no?
Yeah.
Okay. The ayes have it, 7-1 and 1 absent.
Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Dylan, and we're going to have to vote to extend it to the.
We have to
just-
pass these tonight, don't we?
We do. We have to
Yeah.
pass some of this tonight.
Motion to continue for 15 minutes.
Motion made by Counselor Gross, seconded by Counselor Page.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Let's get it done.
8-0, 1 absent. So,
Council vote?
go ahead for council vote. Well, you want to read for council vote or? No, we'll have Grace read. We are continuing business. Can you please keep it down? We can hear you.
For council vote, decision to adopt SCP 2026 number 1, the application of Essex County Habitat for Humanity Owner Action, Inc., Washington Street, number 47, map 15, lot 100, GZO sections 1.10.1 A1, miscellaneous special permits, 3.1.6B, building heights in excess of 35 feet to convert an existing office building into a 3-family dwelling in the R5 district.
Move to adopt?
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Gross, seconded by Counselor Page. Roll call.
Counselor Page,
Aye.
Counselor Benson,
Aye.
Counselor Grace,
Aye.
Counselor Gross,
Aye.
Counselor Grow,
Aye.
Counselor Kimberly,
Aye.
Counselor Majota,
Aye.
Counselor Memhard.
Aye.
The vote is 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 absent. The motion passes.
All right.
Next is decision to adopt SCP 2025 number 9, the application of Seaside Legal Solutions PC, owner 64 Friend Street LLC, Friend Street number 64-68, Taylor Street number 61-63, map 52, lots 48 and 24, in accordance with GZO sections 2.3.18, conversion to or new multifamily or apartment dwelling, 7 or more dwelling units, 3.2.2 footnote A, reduction in lot area and open space per dwelling unit, And 3.1.6B, special permit for building heights in excess of 35 feet to permit a 10 dwelling unit multifamily use between two structures in the R5 district.
Move to adopt the decision as read.
Second. Motion made by Counselor Gross, seconded by Counselor Memard. Discussion. Roll call.
Counselor Page.
Aye.
Counselor Benson.
Aye.
Counselor Grace.
Aye.
Counselor Gross.
Aye.
Counselor Grow.
Aye.
Counselor Kimberly.
Aye.
Counselor Majota.
Aye.
Counselor Memhard.
Aye.
Vote is 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 absent. The motion passes.
All right, I'll read the next one. Move that the city council send letters to Senator Warren and Markey, RE support for Cape Ann Regional Emergency Planning, and I so move.
So, second.
Motion made by Counselor Gross, seconded by Counselor Grow. Discussion.
Has this money already been appropriated by Congress or no?
I have no idea.
Okay. Okay, you have no, okay.
Is there funding involved with this?
Get funding.
This is to ask them to get.
This is a letter of support for the funding.
This is to ask them a
Yes.
request.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
To earmark
To
funding.
earmark it for
Yeah.
the, for
Yes.
the upcoming
Yeah.
budget.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it, 8-0, 1 absent. I move the city council sends letters to Senator Warren and Markey to support the FY 2027 congressionally directed spending request, Gloucester Fire Department headquarters, which would be for, I think it's $2 million for, do you read the letters?
Yeah, they were great letters.
All right. Any discussion? So
second.
move. All right.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Gross, seconded by Counselor Grow. Any discussion?
Much needed.
Much needed repairs.
Yep, so.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, 8-0. This building was built in 1825. Many years, I mean.
1930,
1925.
1936.
Get it done
I
quick
believe.
on the demolition delay.
1936.
All
on the
right.
outside.
I move, okay, and that's it. Do we want to forego counselors' discussion tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
No requests?
No.
It's all right.
Send them
I
to.
mean,
It is in the mail. I mailed mine.
Send it to the email.
send it to the
And
administration.
if you want to do it in the microphone, you can send it in, but then repeat it next meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Gross, seconded by Counselor Kimberly. All those in favor?
Aye.
I have stuff to sign.